Hey, Forensic. Looks like you're the first one on. I was very close to changing my time because I saw that somebody else came on at the exact same time that I had put my video up, that I was going to be live in 30 minutes, and they're talking about the same subject. So I was like, man, should I edit it and change it to a later time? But I guess we'll just wing it and see. So, hey, Sarah and Paulette. We had to talk about Summer because, we can't just let her fade in the background. Thelma and Paulette. I might have already said Paulette, but so I did start memberships. I don't know if anybody's interested. I made like I made a private Discord for those who'd be interested in speaking about this, throughout the day for members. But just I'll mention it later when more people are here. Hey, April. So I'm listening to her right now. I still have 1 hour left. Yes, I'm so glad you came on. Oh, yes, I'm glad. So you watched The Neighbor. Hey, Seagate. So some of you guys have seen this, and sorry, Brenda, if I missed you. Hey, Ro. So, yeah, this Neighbor, hopefully we can get some nice discussion on about this and see everybody's opinions on what they think about this. I will play a little bit of this. Is from True Crime Commentary, where I got the video. I think the video, or the lady also uploaded it herself somewhere on YouTube, but I couldn't find it because I wanted to, send people to her if she did actually upload it herself on her own YouTube channel. But True Crime also uploaded it. Yeah, so I think she kind of suggesting that she might have been abducted. Hey, Manic Mama. Yeah, it's going to be sped up, and I'm not gonna. We're not gonna watch the whole thing because I don't feel like for those who have watched it, we can go over kind of what you missed in the beginning, which is basically just like a little background. She says that she speaks about this JD who purchased some land, and she says that before Summer's abduction, that there was a lot of people coming to see this like piece of property, that something about the property, it was like misleading in the online about the property, and so it was drawing more than usual attention. But I guess JD ended up purchasing it. Yeah, Jackie Dobbs. I fell asleep trying to listen to her. I know. I put her on while I was sleepy too, and I was like, so she does sound like she does have a little bit of slur and stuff, but it's because of medical issues she has. It's not because that she's intoxicated or anything. So we got to remember, because she states that, Kit, if you would have saw Candace, we'll play it here. Let's play it just a couple minutes. Like if no, I don't think I'm going to ever be convinced she's abducted. Jackie Dobbs, but hasn't he been cleared? I don't know if I don't think she's insinuating Jackie took her. Oh, that would be awesome. You know what would be really interesting? enrolled is to see if the parents would be even willing to go on to a show like that. And if not, that would be kind of telling. It would just, add it into the rest of their shady behavior. This is her truth, and I believe she believes what she's saying. And anytime anybody wants to come up here, we do have to play a little bit of the video, though, just to give context to people who haven't seen it. I believe she is fully being truthful in what she's saying, but she never said she thought Don wasn't involved. Yeah, so she says that she doesn't believe that Candace and the boys are involved, but, I don't think the boys are involved. Never have. That's not the issue. It's like when she says she thinks Candace, you guys gotta, when you listen to this, remember the hoax phone call that Candace did to Mary. It tricked all of us, most of us. Whether you say it's or not, it did trick a lot of us. And into believing that Dawn was really locked up. It was highly believable. So let's watch a couple of minutes before I go into this, because I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. Just a couple of minutes. I'm going to speed it up too, because she does talk slow, and you do have to pay attention. I thank you for those that did show up, because I know somebody else went live like the exact same time about the exact same subject, and I was like, are you serious? Okay.
I just wanted to put that out there that it wasn't like we're besties or we hang out or, like that way people understood the relationship here. But as a community neighbors, mothers, um, I know her well enough to know that her face was genuine that day. And I know with what was already going on in their lives, that her calling the police that day was a big step and not something she would have done lightly. And for her to have done so immediately told me that it was serious and sort of that she was, like, I still firmly believe she had nothing to do with any of this. And I mean, I've had people almost make me that, like, but I know in my gut, in my heart, that she didn't. If y'all could have seen her face and heard her voice, and I understand, I see what the rest of the public does. The same information's out here for me to read and see too. Um, I know, I know certain behaviors make it look really weird and really whatever, and I understand, I get it, I do, and I understand where some people are coming from, and eating life, some of it, I get it, and I get the past stuff, and I get whatever, but in my gut and in my heart, I know she didn't, you know, and I just either way. So I tell her I'm looking, and I jump back in to the woods and then back into the creek, and then our other neighbor, who I'm not going to name, had either heard the commotion and was already out, but I heard him and her talking. I don't know if she got him or if he was already out, and a lot of times he is already in it, around that time. So I don't know how it happened. I was looking on my own, so I wasn't. I was focused, but I did pick up enough to know that he had joined by this point. And then I look back at one point, and he's pretty close to me. He's still in everybody. He was like, "You want the creek?" And I was like, "Well, you got boots on. I've got sandals. That makes more sense." So he took the bank beside of me, so he could walk it and look for tracks. I could stay in the water and I could look, and that way it kept out on tracks, but covered everything. And so we both walked through, and like I said, point foliage was a little different than even just a couple days after. I mean, it was quick how fast it popped up. And then right where this is at, coincidentally, is where the clear cutting started, and it was ground down to mud and dirt like I've never seen before. Even the creek was dammed up in spots. I mean, it was crazy. So I follow the creek. He follows the bank, which is the bottom of Candace's hill, is it the main piece there. We keep in contact when we can't see one another. We're like, "Have you seen any tracks? Have you seen this? Have you seen that?" I'm dragging the bottom of my feet. I'm looking at the mud, see tracks, anything. There's nothing, and he's getting nothing, and we should have had something been through there just because of how.
So just pause it for a second. This video is off True Crime Commentary. The link is in the description. And anyways, so we're gonna watch a little bit more, but I also wanted to, if anybody had any, I want to, talk about it intermittently. Anybody wanting to come up here too. So her saying, I totally believe her. I totally believe her account. However, when she says that Candace comes down the drive, because she does say that, I don't know if I played that part, and she said she heard yelling, like somebody made a good point here, Seagate. She heard Candace yelling, "What did you do to one of your sons?" Earlier on the video, she also states that they could hear each other. She could always hear the boys. Candace could always hear her whatever's going on in her area, part, because they live across the street from each other. Now, take that into account with what we heard on the hoax call. What is the first thing that comes to your mind with this situation and also the hoax call? To me, it makes it seem staged. Candace yelling, making a scene and stuff, like a normal parent would. Makes it seem like she knew people would hear her. She goes down the drive. It's like she's looking supposedly she's looking for Summer, okay? But we have to take into context like everything we know of this situation from beforehand up until, like a lot of us know a lot about this case and have been following it since the beginning. And this neighbor's like, if you would have saw her face, if you would have just saw, she called the cops right away, and that's not something she would normally do. Well, of course you're going to call the cops right away. She said she goes on to say she saw Candace on the phone, or heard Candace on the phone with Dawn, and Dawn saying, what did you, so you're telling me you lost my baby girl. So you're telling me you lost my baby girl. That might not be verbatim, but who's to say that Candace didn't say, oh, hey, there's some people coming, let's just play this out. Let's fake like we're upset. So people hear and can be witnesses to us being upset. You see where I'm getting at? Yeah, and even if it was planned, it's going to be emotional because you would be scared. I want to say you would be upset anyways because, but I haven't seen them upset at all, like ever. I feel like it was this whole thing was a setup so neighbors would see them frantic, would overhear conversations. Because she even says earlier on in the video that they could hear everything of each other's, like whatever's going on, because I guess just the way the setup is, they're able to hear everything. Hey, Sarah. I would never, now, if I would give validity and possibly maybe feel differently if that hoax call never happened. That's why that saying is so true about crying wolf. But I cannot shake this hoax call while listening to this lady's account. And just like, because we heard how upset Candace sounded. Candace hoax call. Listen to a little bit of that today, too. It's probably on Tiffany Marie's. I want just the hoax call, and that's it. Well, while I'm looking for that, I'll play a little bit more of this. And anytime somebody wants to come up, feel free. I'll keep posting the link to come up intermittently. And yeah, so let's listen more of this while I'm looking for the hoax call link that we could also kind of use for reference when discussing this. Yeah, she was trying to give context. A lot of it was long, and that's why I have it all the way. Sorry, oh my gosh, they're mowing outside. Holy crap, it's loud. That will only last for a little bit. Sorry guys, but I'm about to play some of the video anyways. But yeah, a lot of it. Well, I mean, it's yeah, seems irrelevant, but maybe it actually is relevant. Like, and we don't know.
Devastated it was, and sort of how muddy it had been made by the clear cutting. It was very thick, mushy. It wasn't normal like it would have been had they not clear cut. But tracks would have been there and even more pronounced because of it. It was still so messed up that I don't know. Either way, at the creek area though, it wasn't as, you know. Anyway, I get points to where you can tell that obviously the creek's not been touched. It's stagnant for a pretty lengthy period, even though there had been rain just a night or two before. Um, and so I could tell nothing had been there in those spots. But I went through them anyway. Felt with my feet at the bottom, looked for tracks on the banks, and then I would hop out in places I couldn't get through because they would have been messed up so bad by the clear cutting and stuff. And I would hop right back in on the other side of whatever was, and rinse, repeat, right, all the way down through. And the entire time, the other neighbor is still with me, and we're following, and calling back and forth to make sure that we've not found her, that we've not seen anything with each other. I get to the part where they literally have clear cut it in almost a path straight. Like it's clear cut all the way to the main road. You can't. It was wild. But there's a part that comes down almost like a roadway into Candace's property from the main road that they had clear cut everything off of, and it had entirely dammed up a piece. It's near a guardrail, and the field opens up at that point. And I see the boys way off to what is now my left but back shoulder. And at this point, I hear the cops coming. Because down there, you can tell the cops are coming 30 minutes before they're even in there because of the way dogs howl. So you've got quite a bit of warning. But also, I just hear them and you hear the engines pick up. There's two, they come by. And then it wasn't long after that Voldemort comes in, and then Donnie not long behind him. During all this, also seeing here Candace going in and out, the Ben Hill onto the main road for things, but not in long spurts, So then I keep walking my piece, and as much as I can at this point, because they literally taken out the creek. It's one of the wildest things I'd ever seen. So Voldemort stops by one point. I was like, "Summer's missing." He's like, "I know, I'm looking." So he's driving up down the main road. I'm like, "I've got this." I see the boys back there. They're kind of squatted down. They're children, and I know instinctively what they're doing. They're kind of playing, and I'm just like, "Okay, kids will be kids." Either way, I finally make my way to them. I'm almost to them before they realize I'm there and they've been caught. And they stand up, and the oldest, I was like, "Look, when's the last time you seen your sister? Where did you see her last?" And he, and I'm not gonna say what he told me, but then he tells me it's been like a few minutes, and I'm not gonna give the exact time period either. And he
So I wonder why she doesn't say what the boy said. I know she's hard to understand, and I have it at 1.5 speed. But there's smoke, cutting grass, and it's so loud. Sorry. Um, but she says that she asked one of the boys, "When's the last time you've seen Summer?" And then she says, "I'm not gonna say what he said, and I'm not gonna give the exact time frame either." So that's very interesting. Very, very interesting. And April, I'm gonna get on that in a second too. Very interesting. Anybody have any idea why she wouldn't want to say? I'm just very curious. I'm about to get on this Chris M thing too because I'm curious about that also. But also, somebody says I think she's blowing smoke. Maybe because what makes me also very curious is why didn't this get mentioned until months after her disappearance? Like, why didn't this scream? If you guys remember, I'm not saying from her particularly at all. I'm talking about like Don, because he's been the spokesperson of the family, basically. So why didn't he mention the scream until how many months later? At least 2 months? Don't you think that would have been very, very relevant and made his case even more, this abduction theory even more possible? Just like when they didn't mention Grandma going to the swimming hole until like a couple weeks after they started talking. Another very highly sus thing, highly sus situation. Why? I just don't get it. I think that all I can decipher is that Grandma wasn't mentioned at first because Grandma's probably want to be like, stay out of, I want to stay out of it, and I don't want to be, don't say anything about me being there. But then once people started questioning, what she was doing alone with Summer was there, but she was 5. What she was doing alone with a 15-year-old boy. Then all of a sudden we hear that Grandma was there. It was like, to me, very convenient. And as a way to say, oh, well, my mom was there, so obviously nothing sexual is going on or nothing inappropriate. Little did we know at the time, Grandma's, it's not really saying much if Grandma's there because she doesn't have the best of character. And that's, this family, wow. So Glitter Queen says that last night, because I haven't been watching Chris McDonough lately because he hasn't been on Summer's case as much, and it's not stuff that's really of interest to me. But Glitter Queen says that last night Chris McDonough said there's going to be movement very soon, and there's a full-blown investigation going for Jeannie, Mary, and other women now. So we're going to see movement in Summer Wells' case very soon, or just the SA case? I think we should talk about some things she says that does not make sense. For instance, why when looking for a missing child do you jump into water to hide your smell for dogs? Are you talking about this neighbor? I didn't hear. I haven't, to be honest, I have not watched all of it. It's so long. So you're saying that she said it doesn't. Why would, when looking for a missing child, do you jump in the water to hide your smell? Yeah, that's weird. I would never think that unless I was told that it would help. I mean, okay, Glitter Queen, that'd be perfect. And this is from last night. So, you guys, I don't know. I'm not saying this lady's lying at all. Like, I don't believe she is. Like, at the moment, I don't believe she is. I mean, I wasn't thinking that before I came on, but some of your guys' comments is making me think maybe. I don't know. I know Donna and Candace never got wet to look for their daughter. Yeah, I would be looking at, yeah. One of my first thoughts would be like maybe to look in the water to see if she drowned or something. She also said it would have been someone kicking a dog. Oh, yeah. Okay, so she mentions when she heard this scream that she thought possibly it was something like a dog, something like from the log splitter or something. I don't know. It's giving me a migraine. I feel like this woman has got paid money to talk and not on Summer's behalf. I'm at the point I don't believe anyone that speaks from the holler. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking when I was just trying to. I'm like, okay, this scream would have came out from the beginning. I just feel like that would have been a very relevant occurrence to mention about this supposed scream. And the way this lady's talking is like she was around Candace immediately, like during the situation, helping looking for Summer. I can't, you can't tell me that Don and Candace didn't know about this scream until a couple months after Summer's disappearance. That would be something somebody would tell, like this neighbor would tell them immediately, like, hey, like I heard this scream that kind of like all stopped us all in our tracks when we were sitting there talking, like her and her kids, I believe it was. But I blew it off like it was. And then she does mention like this car going up her drive, a red vehicle, but that it sounded differently than what Dawn and Candace's car. And I believe that. Like, I believe like you know what the sound of your neighbor's vehicles are and how they sound going up a drive, especially one that needs very good traction to get up the drive because it's such a treacherous, driveway. So I believe like maybe she did see a vehicle, but she never saw it come out. She said the boys came down the hill before she seen Candace, and she started looking and jumped in the water in case they brought dogs. What? Okay, that's a weird thing to say. I mean, a weird thing to do. Really? Is that what? I don't remember that. I don't understand why the neighbor heard a scream, but nobody else did. Like, I mean, maybe that there is other people that heard it, and it's just we don't know. Oh, really? Is he firefighter wife? She said she looked in the water because she thought Summer could have fallen at the top of this cliff. And yeah, that's very, I understand that for sure. This is the timestamp on Chris' video when he speaks on Summer, okay? 1:34:43. Okay, we'll check that out real quick, and then we'll go back to this video. Or we'll play a little bit of this while I'm finding that clip. How about that?
He tells me that, and he's pretty like speaking for the group, and they're a little off, but I figure, well, they just got caught playing and still looking for sister, and they're afraid won't tell mama. So anyway, they start trudging back through the middle of me and another neighbor through the field to go back home. By this point, I can see a cop in the back. I've reached as far as I can get without crossing the other fence, and then right back to where I know has already been searched and is being searched by others at the time. And so I head back out towards the middle, almost the same way the boys do. That way I could look for tracks in the middle in case, and I know the other neighbor hadn't been able to get that because they were still busy on the bank. I hollered back and forth to them, asked if they found anything. They have not. Obviously, none of us had. We all kind of knew at that point she was not in there. There was also, I think we would have spotted any signs of animal things. I think there was like one bear track maybe, but it was older. Wasn't fresh. And I mean like one paw, like, and not fresh. So, but not, anyway, it had been there before the rain, so it wasn't. Anyway, I made my way back to the start of Ben Hill. By this point, other neighbors are starting to flood in. Sorry. I had to take a small break. Anyway, the glare is real. So, I mean, like I said, I know that Summer's thought of and missed and cared for. And I know the community wants her home, and Candace definitely does, And I don't think Candace had anything to do with this. I don't think the boys had anything to do with this. And me personally, I think she was taken. By who? I don't know. I don't think it was animal related or anything, or I'm quite positive we would have all found tracks and obvious signs. But like I said at the beginning of this, had you 2 seconds before that day, before the calls for Summer started coming off that hill, ever asked me if our children could be taken from us on Candace's property or the one we were on until just a short few days ago, I would have laughed. Because on our particular properties, and I think I missed this point earlier and got a little distracted, the one connected to Candace, fully connected, had never even seen Summer. And there's nothing but, like a little bit between them, but they had never laid eyes on Summer. Didn't know what she looked like. And they're good people. I mean, it's not anything like that. It's just that that's how it works around there. And how different the views and the sounds and things are. And that's something else I need to touch on.
I find it strange she now comes forward. Also, go look at the surrounding property and tell me where she was because I can't figure it out. She was close enough to be near the driveway. She says she was like kind of like their driveways kind of touched, like end to end a little bit. I don't know. If she's, what was her name? Does she mention her name? Her first name? What was her name? I don't think she mentions it. Who she bought her property from? Something is not right with me about her. Well, I mean, if she is just now coming, I mean, I wonder why she didn't say something earlier. I understand, though, I guess, like some people don't want the attention. Okay, Jody Sue. Jody Sue. I could look. Here, let's watch this little clip real quick about from Chris McDonough, where he mentions.
Here. Thank you, Shower. Yeah. Let's see here. Little Summer. Yes, I do have updates about Summer. That's the other thing I've been working on, but it's more about Jeannie and Mary, okay, and the full-blown investigation going. Okay, let's just say this. Okay, I will tell you I've been in contact with folks. You know, you just saw some folks that we know, but in that case, in Summer's case, um, you know, things will come in. Don't worry, things will come in. We're going to see a whole bunch of things happening, not long, in various cases. I will put $1,000 bingo card on that tonight. Okay, there's going to be a lot of movement in a lot of different places. Okay, and folks know it. I'm worried he's headed to the Appalachian Trail. Yeah, thank you, Angel. If everybody gets a chance, again, let's try to connect those dots through a behavioral analysis side of why he would wear that shirt. What is so important about that shirt where it says Appalachian Trail on it? In my opinion, that is an accomplished goal for him because he is so insecure, okay, but he's so manipulative and able.
So he said mainly when about the essay, right? Is that what you guys all got from that too? I was also looking into on Facebooks to see if I could find a Jody on any of their Facebooks. Yeah, I agree completely, Guacamole. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, but I believe Summer was a victim of neglect and abuse. Same. I mean, but who's to say this car that went up the drive wasn't somebody who took Summer out of there? I wish she would have more of a description on the vehicle. Maybe she does and just doesn't want to put online. It's red, so I'm wondering if it's this red truck. I mean, maybe that's where the police got this red truck with these ladder racks. That also, by the way, is a truck that Don's ex-wife had one a very spot on to the description of this truck with ladder racks, which Summer called her grandma, his ex-wife. Don's ex-wife, Summer called grandma. Hopefully, they're looking into this to his ex-wife. I'm sure, I mean, if we're coming up with it here on YouTube, then I'm sure that also, the FBI or TBI and stuff is looking into it. Oh no. Quit asking a stupid question, lady. Watch the whole video. Speed it up if you can't understand her. She has cancer, talks like that because of surgery and neck. She's been ill. Who are you talking to? Nobody mentioned anything about how she's talking, did they? I mean, I said at the beginning that, she mentions that she's not on any substances or drunk, that she has some medical issues that is causing her slurred speech right now. She also has a teenage daughter. Wasn't there a teen who wrote a letter to book, saying she would sometimes play with Summer and that they had rats, that she was a neighbor. Things that make you go, oh, was there? I didn't know it was a teen. That I heard about the rats thing for sure. Yeah. Is she the neighbor that called CPS on them? I'm the way she's talking, I don't know. I think Dawn grabbed a hold of the red truck idea because of all the people seeing the red tote in the back of the truck. I don't know about that. I mean, just my opinion. I think because the TBI has been looking for this red truck, so there's got to be a reason. I don't think it's from just because Dawn. I don't think so. Yeah, she explains how the sounds are in the holler. She's been interviewed by authorities right in the beginning. Chipper says. And I'm wondering, though, why this scream that supposedly happened, though, just came out. It didn't come out till a couple months after. Maybe she was. I'm sure she was interviewed in the very beginning because she's a direct neighbor, or was a direct neighbor. She's not anymore. But why did Dawn just start bringing it up? Like, that part just stumps me. Oh, no. You guys, that I wouldn't beat on anybody about not watching this whole thing from this lady because it is very long. I mean, she did paint a picture we might have all not known. Woodcutters, people looking at property for sale. Yeah. The property for sale thing and is one that hadn't been mentioned. All these stories are just distractions to keep anyone from finding Summer. None of these people care about anything except protecting themselves. You guys. Find Dotson, find Summer. I watched the entire thing. Again, why would she not tell us what I know, like that's what I was asking just a little bit ago. That was that is another thing that I wonder why. I guess there was a reason, maybe because they're minors she didn't want to say. I don't know if that would be it, but now it's like one of those things, like somebody tells you something and then says, oh, I can't, or they say, oh, I have something to tell you, and then they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. It's like, oh man, don't leave me hanging, man. I want tell me. And if you can't tell me, then tell me why. That's important. Maybe if our TBI told her not to say what the boys said, I guess. But you would think she would say, like, oh, TBI told me not to mention this, so I can't. Hey.
Well, I didn't want you to bring me up on cam. I was trying to just send a personal message to you.
Okay, there you go. What's up?
Okay, what it is I found that Facebook, and the last name on there is Brown.
Oh, this lady's Facebook?
Yeah, she's got other video content on her Facebook besides the video you was showing.
Oh, you mean you found her YouTube?
No, her Facebook.
What do you mean video contact then? Okay, so it's Jody Brown.
Jodi Sue together Brown.
Okay. Thank you.
I just didn't want to bring up on the channel. I mean, I was just going to private message you, and I've sent you an email. I don't know if your mods is deleting my messages or not.
Oh, I doubt it, but okay, I think I've.
It's got a. I will tell you when you go to find the profile, that man is sitting in a pair of blue jeans and a blue shirt in the profile.
Yeah, I found it. Okay, and you're saying
And she has other video footage on there.
Is it other videos about summer?
Oh no! Just her talking. I guess I didn't watch all the videos. I just seen the name and I was like, wait a minute, I could find this, and that way Ziggy can look up and define her definition. And I was like, well, if I get involved, then Ziggy's going to want to know my opinion. My opinion is I didn't watch the other videos, but there is other content listed. But it ain't about summer. It's just her social platform, you know.
Wow, she looks so different without makeup. I was like,
yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of opinions and the fish hooks that you're questioning. But thank you for the time for, showing my face on your page, and I'm going to let you go back, and maybe you could show some of that content and see what some of the others' opinions on other footage.
guys, if you come up here and you have to turn off your camera. Like when you go on, it will give you an option to turn off your camera. A lot of times, though, you were on the camera the other day, so I didn't think anything of it. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, Ziggy, I like your work. I like the positive atmosphere you give to your discretion of discussing these cases. I just wish I could get up there live myself, but till I get to 1K. Until I get to 1K of subscribers, I am stuck on the sidelines.
I thought you started your own YouTube channel.
Yeah, I do. I got it, but unless I've got a wrench, I can't even share my link to get people to come and subscribe me.
Yeah.
I learned that the other day. When you get a wrench, you can share your link and people will jump in your page, check out the content, and then do what they choose. But without a wrench,
most people don't like you promoting yourself on other channels. Like, I don't care about that, but most people get really upset about that. But yeah, we'll share your link for sure. You guys should check her out. Get her to 1,000 or whatever. So, but okay, cool. I'll try to pull
I hope the notice there helps you to understand the first hook you're kind of exploring. But on the other hand, it really ain't about summer on the other content. It's just finding the dialogue of this person. And because I've seen on other channels, they're not really giving out the name. But one did slip up and give the name, and that's how I found it.
Okay. Awesome. I knew her name. I now after people mentioned Jody Sue, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. It does say Jody Sue on the title. So awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much. We're gonna check it out.
Well, thank you for the help on the subscribers. Like I said, they have to choose to. I'm mentioning it no more.
Yeah.
But thank you for your time, Ziggy.
All right. Well, thank you so much. All right. Come up later if you want. All right, guys. Okay. Somehow I got it. So this is another video over on Facebook. We could check real quick what it's about. I don't know.
I watched it. It's not like I wasn't in there for forever. A couple minutes. Took me like 12 seconds because I didn't need much gas in that car. And I wasn't, and I was like, so it wasn't there that long. So if a call was made in the timeline, like they hauled ass to poor Baltimore, let me tell you. You were one of the kids. Like, one of it, that's telling me that one of us has to fucking die. But last night it wasn't like, I just went over my business. I was distracted. I honest to fuck didn't know if it was. Like, I wasn't paying attention and known anything before I even seen my tag car. I hadn't committed any violations. That was just. And then here comes Voldemort with her parking lot, different car. Mort. His birth bringers, anything other, and he is not.
Okay, I'll have to check all this out later. I'm not sure what. I don't think it's anything relevant to what we're talking about. So let's watch a little bit. I will definitely check out her Facebook later, though.
So what I'm going to tell you next, about the sounds and why it is that other neighbors that were outside around the same time I was, or that the scream happened, didn't seem to hear it, but we heard it, is because of the way these properties are shaped and the road is shaped and the hollow itself is, and how drastically different it is from each property to each property. But for weeks, as these searches went on, or at night when it got quieter, or when the drones and the helicopters finally stopped, I sat there as the foliage changed and keeping watch over my own daughter and my kid, and that I was doing so was absolutely used to further abuse myself and these children, and to commit the last weeks of abuse against us. The summer situation was absolutely used to manipulate, hide things from us, and to abuse us, which is pretty wild in normal people's lives. But kept a watch over these two, especially because, she's the last little girl in there. Plus, the time the boys were still in there, there's other things close that I'm not going to name, because even though some of these groups don't have a problem, like with property maps coming out and this coming out, and maybe don't realize sometimes that it could be leading predators right back in, or especially with, it being common knowledge that the very thing that makes this community is also maybe its vulnerabilities, like cell phone service, cop time, so posting or sharing some of the property stuff, or, I know there's been a lot of people since the beginning going real life. We've had more than a few, and just, not long before we got there. We had people that were probably mistaken. I don't know, but they were in there screaming at other neighbors going through cancer treatment, just like I was, pulled in for no reason, and were screaming at them, and then combined are calling my daughter a freak. And you just don't understand. And Bigfoot hunters and psychics fighting in the middle of the road, and the wildness. So had a perpetrator come back in, we don't know, and it would have been hard to tell with all the real life people coming in there. It just added more confusion once the road was opened back up, and chaos for all of us, and definitely kept myself on point. No sleep, cancer. It was some of the most difficult weeks of my life, and it weighs heavy. This was, and there's past tense, and I'm sorry. This is a child we know personally. One, I've changed her diapers and fed her. Just seen her in person just a day or two before.
So Jody was on a panel different than her Facebook videos. Channel's called Squalt It. I looked that up. Which video is that? Is it the one that says undiscussed info on the day summer? I'm surprised they didn't flag her channel and made her change her screen name. With as strict as YouTube is. Well, thank you. She's doing quite a bit of eye blocking, along with shifting her eyes from right to left. Really? She mentions her best friend is the most stalked person. Look, those boys were playing and not at all looking for Summer because they knew where their sister was. Right, she does say in this video earlier on that, you know, she just blows it off as like, you know, they're kids, but she said they were playing and I took it as like they weren't concerned. Read her Facebook description. I don't see a description on Facebook at all. I don't see a Facebook description. There's nothing. Hope you don't go to jail. I don't care, Addie, about mentioning other channels. I don't know why some channels are like really big on not mentioning other channels. I never understood that. I think that sounds to me, when people are like, oh, don't mention any other channels, I think that sounds like selfish, or what's the right word? I mean, why not mention other channels? It's like they don't want other people. They just want everybody to themselves. I always, that bugs me when people say that so bad. She mentions Baltimore, and I think she's talking about her ex-husband or her person or her boyfriend that she was with. She says it multiple times, so she will talk about them, but will not tell us what they said. Right. Click on more info. I did, and it's not giving me anything except the about info. And you're talking about the Facebook, right? All it says is work, no places to show. Education, no schools to show. Places lived, no places to show. Basic info, female. And the name pronunciation. Have you tried phonics? You mean that part where it says when her pronunciation of her name, it says, have you tried phonics? Is that what you're talking about? I can't believe I really sounded that out. Hey, sweet pea. Below that, where it says, I really do but love people and strangers, their stories and random connections that feel like you've known someone your entire life just after meeting. It's the sharing of stories, lives, cultures, and differences that make this world so beautiful. Yeah, I definitely don't see anything. What? So, somebody mentioned this other channel, Squall Tit. She mentioned her and Candace had something in common. Candace would take pics for her and she would be there for Candace, etc., meaning their husband. Yes. So she did mention that. She mentioned something about how they both had something in common, like with they were both basically something on their own hill, like victims on their own hill or prisoners on their own hill. Yeah, that's stupid, in my opinion, though. It starts with love. Like, I love when people take a liking to me and they don't know why. They're just like, I probably shouldn't tell you this, or I don't know why I'm telling you all this. And then they're like, yeah, I like you. You're so easy to talk to. LOL, it's the spirit, darling. The spirit. That? There's definitely no description about like, oh, love me or hate me or hate me. Are you sure you're on the right Facebook? Because I'm not seeing that at all. I just see a bunch of videos of hers. Oh, wait. She does have some videos on Summer on here. Hold on. Wait, but this is her talking. Okay. Oh, wait. This is her. This is what we're watching, the video she has on Summer.
There was a second video that never uploaded. For some reason last night. But eventually it went on. This will make sense. Are you okay? I think you fell a little. Stop it. I'm still, I don't know. I still honestly have no idea what the fuck went down last night. I'm gonna tell you. Okay, so, last night I am, doing my thing. And I go to a place that, a couple of people I know. I know.
Hold on, let me fast forward to see if this is even relevant.
You got big old dookie jokes on it. That is so just kind of great and full out today. Oh.
Yeah, I don't think this
It's
is
the last day of summer and the first day of fall today. So that's it for those, pal. And I'll get my pants.
Yeah. No.
To do this in a way that doesn't bother my other neighbors. So all I'm going to say is that.
Okay. Yes, my email is ziggy333@mail.com. Yeah, email me what you're talking about for sure. I love when people email me stuff because it gives us more to talk about. But let's continue. I guess we could continue watching. I want to know where on Squall Tit, which video she was on. If somebody mentioned she was on the panel of the channel called Squall Tit. And let me see. If I missed it, I am so sorry. It's the one you said, Ziggy. Oh, okay. It's the one that says undiscussed info. Let's see if we can find the part where she comes on.
Alrighty, looks like I'm live. And okie doke. I'll just wait till a few people start getting on here. And it's playing back again in my mic.
Ew, I already see people in there I don't like. I don't know if I'm going to like this. Like, because anything that Lizzie B. Savage supports is like, I already have a feeling, I don't know. But let's see.
Oh, you all were, I believe she said that she was living. And if I am wrong, you know, she'll absolutely correct us on that. But she did live on Ben Hill Road. And she will also give us some insight as well as how law enforcement. Okay. Oh, wait. Guests see viewer comments. Play a sound when the guests enter. Guests must.
How about now?
We can hear you.
Okay.
There's
It,
that voice.
it said it was having some sort of disconnect with Chrome or something. I don't know.
We're all beginners here. We're all learning. And I explained to you about how my voice got squashed when I was talking about one of the neighbors being an abuser of mine. I'm just going to get really fast, and then we'll go to everything that you have to say. And I've seen them squash your voice, and I had probably 6 people reach out to me in the last few days talking about you and asking me to get in touch with you and bring you on and everything, because you are the prime example of what I want my channel to be about. And again, everybody, this is Jody Sue Brown. And a lot of people have questions. Yes, Nick. Thank you. Everybody hit that like button and the share button. Share it. We want people to hear this, because this is very vital information. Jody, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and I'm of Summer's disappearance. That's what I want everybody to hear about. So the floor is yours, honey. Let's hear your voice.
I'd like to preface everything by saying, because there's issues every time, you know, somebody sees a video or hears me, that they seem to think I'm intoxicated. And I just want you to know that I can be in a cup any day of the week. The reason that my speech and mouth move the way they do is because I had surgery and vital structures were taken. I was supposed to wake up and not even have my voice any longer. I have cancer. It metastasized. Still don't have clear margin, you know, so I do talk a little funny. My mouth gets heavy. I've been off thyroid meds for months and months, and that hits those same centers and nerves in, you know, my mouth and things. So you'll hear me talk, and it does sound like I'm intoxicated, but I promise I'm not. So cancer and scars pretty visible if you look at my pictures and videos. So anyway, right now we're, and for good, we are no longer at that address. We're pretty grateful and happy about that. We have recently moved and are in a temporary spot trying to stay safe because of situations of our own. However, so you'll hear me go back and forth with past tense and current. So that particular area and that road are not really what people have kind of been led. I don't know how to phrase that, but the road's pretty quiet. Sometimes they're like any of it, like I've said in other videos, had this been just days or weeks before, I mean, we could have told you what ant had peed in the road, and that's the truth. We were used to the traffic that came in and out of there, could have told you the cars, the people, even during the middle of the night. Like, this is, you know, a pretty quiet place to live. Every new vehicle and person is pretty noticeable. Most of us in the community know each other, and even out further, you know, it's a small town thing, and the people that do come in there come from pretty close out, and you know, so anyway, there's not that many of us that lived in there and live in there. I know there's lots of names on, say, like the GIS data and the maps, but there's actually not that many that live in there. There are all kinds of property owners, however. So most days until the property sales started taking place, and then tree cutters and brush people were in there, it's fairly quiet. At certain times, I will tell you that traffic does pick up off and on, but we can tell it for what it is, and it's not, you know, unknown to us. The neighbors, for the most part, are, well, I mean, look, I can't really name any bad ones. Everybody's kind of hardworking. They're all good people. Most of them have jobs you would think of, like, you know, most of them are government jobs, hospital jobs, veterans, things like that. They aren't crazy people. They aren't wild people. So, you know, they're not bad people to live around, and they are really honest and good people. So the community itself is pretty closed off, or at least had been until I don't know, in the past year or two, and there's been lots of land sales taking place because of the status of land inside of Hawkins, which is unrestricted or so people are taking advantage of that, and property owners are taking advantage of the cost for land, especially unrestricted. So, but the community is still kind of closed off. You don't really come in there if you don't belong in there. You don't visit. It's not a place you're gonna come into and stop, or even knock on doors, if you don't know somebody. What do I think? Sorry, it's got it like this big, and I'm having a hard time seeing some of these. I think traffic picks up off and on as I'll be honest with you here. The past couple of years, there's a difference if you live in Beach Creek now as opposed to say just a few years ago. Being kind of stupid, and they're bringing outsiders in and that type of thing, But so obviously, like every community, especially in Arizona, which is sad, it really is funeral after funeral after funeral around here. It's hitting every community, not just Beach Creek, not just wherever. It's everywhere. And so there are certain nights you see traffic pick up throughout Beach Creek and this and the other. But like I said, we usually know who those people are coming and going and things like that. So, and can identify it, even if it comes into our road as, by exhaust. And the car sounds, and what nights pick up, what nights don't. So it's no, either way, yeah. The community as a whole, though, is quite quiet, even with all of that. During the day, it's pretty peaceful and calm. You don't hear, like it's it is peaceful for the most part.
Wow. So I want to show this. We're going to continue on this one. I'm playing it like at 1.75 speed, but thanks to one of the, hey, West Virginia Peach. Thanks to the person that was trying to show me what was on her. I don't know if you're friends with her on Facebook or something, or maybe she, I don't know why you were able to see that and I can't see that information that was on her Facebook, but let me show you guys this because this might be interesting and relevant. Let's see what you guys think. Now it's going to be hard for you to see. Yeah, it's so small. So this is from the bottom of, I can barely see it, so I know you guys aren't going to be able to see it, and it won't go any bigger, unfortunately, but I'll read it to you. This is from the info on the About Jody Sue on her Facebook. For some reason, I couldn't see it. I could see the part where it ended for me on have you tried phonics, like right about above where it says name pronunciation, like when you on somebody's Facebook. So in her about section, it says this. Let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay, just double checking. Love me or hate me, I'm just me. I'm nobody's puppet. I'm nobody's fool. I don't play well with others, but I'm fiercely loyal to those that I do play well with. I'm odd, sarcastic, a pain in the ass. I'm not a girly girl and don't want to be. Living life my way. I'm a happy, spontaneous person with a penchant for happy places and people. I don't like drama or people who are angry all the time. I can have a really bad temper myself, and I don't need other people around me that bring it out. I'm mostly laid back and calm. I enjoy my life better that way. I love my children more than life itself, and I don't need to get caught up in any more craziness that can get me taken away. My kids are all I have, and I'm all they have. I want them to have a better life childhood than I did. Not this craziness. I'm trying to right the wrongs that have happened, and I'm trying my best to replace these awful memories in their heads with happier ones. So like I said, stay away from me if you can't be a normal, non-drug using freak. My mama bear will come out and eat you alive if not. I'm thinking about going back to church, but I'm not just sure yet. You would think with uncles that are preachers and have churches that would be a no-brainer, but it's not. That it would be a no-brainer, but it's not. Sorry, guys, this is very, very small for me, and it's hard to I know who I am and where I want to go in life. I just have to wait until all the crazy stuff gets done with me first before I can move out of stasis and move on with my life and restart my goals. I want to just have peace in my life, love in mine, and my children's hearts and lives again. I don't need any more crazy, psychotic men in my life. So if that's you, back away now. The friends I have are some of the greatest anyone could ask for, and I'm glad they have stuck by me through this with me. They are the only ones who can grasp the situation and know the entire truth of it all. They cry foul for me, and so I don't have to. They laugh with me to try to make things brighter. They take some of the burden off of me so I can lift my head and see the sun. I love you guys and I appreciate the things you have done and the countless ways you have been there for me. You will never know how much it meant. Listen to this, guys. This is the part that's important to listen to. Especially the one person who I have found of late that I think may be my twin from a past life. LOL. Even if she is the most stalked person I have ever met. LOL. I wouldn't trade her for love nor money. Her friendship has meant the most to me, and I'm not sure what I would do without her and our talks at 4 a.m. when my head won't stop turning and obsessing. Guys. So we know this was written recently. Why do we know this is written recently? And this is me talking now, not reading. We know this was written recently because she just left an abusive relationship. At least it sounds like when she's talking in this video we were watching, she just left an abusive relationship. She said that her and Candace were both, what did she say? Like very similar and kind of like how'd she word it? Like prisoners on their own hill. So who is she talking about? This friend. Let me read that part again. Sorry that we went through all of that, but you needed that to read all of that to get context to see that this was written recently. Because she's talking like she just left a relationship or a bad situation. Just like was doing and mentioning how she just left that 125 Ben Hill Road. So let's read this part one more time. And you tell me who her new best friend is that she has met of late, as she says, word for word. I love you guys and I appreciate the things you have done and the countless ways you have been there for me. You will never know how much it has meant, especially the one person who I have found of late that I think may be my twin from a past life. LOL. Even if she is the most stalked person I have ever met. LOL. I wouldn't trade her for love nor money. Her friendship has meant the most to me, and I'm not sure what I would do without her in our talks at 4 a.m. when my head won't stop turning and obsessing. She says, once again, she says, even the one person who I have found of late. So one of her newest friends that she's talking about, now I'm talking, I'm not reading. One of her new friends she's talking about, the person she's mentioning is a new BFF that she has made of late, recently. Who she states is the most stalked person she has ever met. You guys, you can't tell me that she's not talking about Candace there. And thank you so much for the person that sent this to me. I can't remember who was on the screen name. They kept trying to get me to see that, and I am so happy you did. I am so happy you sent that. Thank you so much. Wow is correct. Yeah, I won't go any bigger, unfortunately. Well, let's see. Actually, guys, hold on. Let me save it to my computer, and then I can, then I'll be able to, here we go. Gotcha. Sorry, guys. Found a way to do it now. Here you go, guys. I'll be able to probably zoom in a little bit more. Let's see. Particularly, you want to focus on that last part. Let me move this so you can see better. Oh, West Virginia Peach is my first member. Yay, thank you. Join my the Discord link that you should be able to see on the private members discussion board. We could talk like all day about the Summer Wells case or whatever. Thank you so much. Oh, that is so sweet. And why don't you have a special, you should have a special little picture by your name. I'll have to look into that, why it didn't show up. And you should have emojis too. Like you should, there's like a Dawn and a Candace and a Summer and a Benny. But I'll be able to add more as more members join. Yes, I will throw you a copy of that for sure. Anybody who wants to email me or just, and also, Doodle just like text me and remind me. So I find this very, 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 very interesting, guys. I mean, she's talking about, I love and appreciate the things you've done and the countless ways you have been there for me. You will never know how much it has meant for me or how much it has meant, especially the one person who I have found of late that I think may be my twin from a past life. LOL. Even if she is the most stalked person I have ever met. LOL. I wouldn't trade her for love nor money. Her friendship has meant the most to me, and I'm not sure what I would do without her and our talks at 4 a.m. when my head won't stop turning and obsessing. Oh, I think that's a mic drop there. There should be a little, beside your name, Peach, there should be like a little butterfly, but maybe it's too small. I'll have to change it. Yeah, so now we got to take that into consideration. I mean, she can come out and say that it's not Candace, but I would have to have a lot of convincing, some major proof that she's not speaking about Candace right there. So now, wow. I am so, who sent that to me, by the way? Was it you, Guacamole? Yeah, now she wants to come out and tell everybody she didn't have any, Candace didn't have anything to do with it. And she says the boys too, but I mean, I already figured that. I never thought the boys had it. They're going to get married soon. Thank you so much, Molly. That was so awesome because this is very important. I wonder why I can't see it on my end on my Facebook. Did you add her as friends or something and that's why? Yeah, it's definitely not there on my end for me. For maybe she just no, because you said it was coming up. Wow. So now I can't even take anything she says like for real. Dude, I hope she's not saying this stuff to help cover for her friend. She can get in some trouble. Maybe she restricted me. I don't know. Somebody else should go look. Like, you guys go see if you could find, go look up their, if you go check out her Facebook and see if you can see this in her about section. But it is right. It is from her about section because right above it is exactly what I see on my end. Bingo, as Chris M would say. Why would she put this here? If she's trying to... dude. Of course she's going to say she doesn't feel like Candace had anything to do with it. If she is BFF with Candace, I can't get over this. Sorry, I know I've talked about it for like 10 minutes, but I can't get over this. That's a bombshell in my opinion. I'm so glad that Guacamole found this before she deleted it. So, okay, we'll go ahead and watch more of her thing, but now I can't even, now I'm like, I really don't know now. At first, I didn't question what she was saying at all. I believed it to be her from her memory and what she truly believed. I just thought that maybe, Candace was putting on an act just like she did in that hoax call. Like it was all an act coming down that drive because Candace knew that, the commotion and stuff and would bring people out and they would hear it. So I felt like this was this whole, if this happened, if the neighbor did mention, or this Jody lady did witness Candace frantic and crying, and she said she's never seen anything like that. Never seen. She's like, if you would have saw Candace's face that day. Guys, we saw how Candace can act in that hoax call that fooled most of us for a short time. If you're going to try to make something look realistic, that somebody took your baby or you're a small child, you're going to do exactly that. You're going to stage this whole call. You're going to have it on speakerphone, because obviously she had it on speakerphone because she heard Dawn say, something like, you lost my baby girl. So you're going to tell me you lost my baby girl, or something like that. Not many of our allies are totally in with this woman's statement. Yeah, now I have to really question it. I'm sorry. She's BFF with Candace. Hey, Hakuna. She's BFF with Candace. She can't tell me she's not talking about Candace in that statement. Who else would be the most stalked woman she's ever met? If Candace is your friend, yes, she's going to be the most stalked person you have ever met. So those people, when your gut, see ya, Emre. I hate that. I get freaking migraines so bad. So those people whose instinct was telling you that this lady is friends with Candace, you should count, or you should be rely more on your instinct and your intuition, because you were right. It looks like you were right to me. We don't know 100%, but I would say, in my opinion, 90%. Like, maybe there's a 1 in 10 chance she's talking about somebody else. I don't know, guys. I would have to be highly, or I don't know how she's going to be able to back from that. She should not have put this on her profile if she did not want to, if she wanted to make Candace look better. And why come out now? Now it all makes sense. Why come out now? Why weren't you coming out early on when Summer went missing? When your BFF was being badgered? Why didn't you come on there and be like, guys, I know, I saw a car go up there. I heard screams. I saw Candace's face. I saw her in distress. I saw it. They were frantic. She was crying like I've never seen somebody cry before. But here you are 100 days later, or we'll say 99, because this came out, yesterday or day before, 98? 98 days, 99 days later, telling us this. Which also, this scream that Dawn mentioned didn't come out for a couple months after Summer went missing. What? I can't get over this. Sorry. Let's continue listening.
So, yeah. But it's not as.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
A couple of weeks leading up to the evening that Summer disappeared, there was about the real estate company and the property that Dobbs bought, leading up to the, before Dobbs even purchased the property. Can you tell us what happened with the traffic during that real estate sale?
It had picked up for several weeks, but we didn't know why. And we had mistaken some of the traffic coming in for other things, like obviously Candace and them had a DCS situation. So I thought, and there was one point I messaged over, I was like, is this traffic for you? Is it friends parked down here? I didn't know. And that was in the days leading up, just like I think the week before, because generally what happens with property sales, you'll see like trickles of people, but then especially if it's going up for auction or something, in the last days, you'll see bunches of people kind of show up to look at it, which is kind of the way it works. But that's what we were experiencing as far as the traffic picking up. However, there were people in the days leading up to all of that. They were coming and arguing. We'd had several come up and ask if that particular piece we were on was for sale and if the house was for sale and things like that. And we were like, no. And it was happening during periods of the day.
Don't worry about that. I'm just letting the viewers know what you're talking about here. So if they just join us and everything, they know what you're talking about. Keep going. You're doing a great job.
And so, I mean, it was in the middle of the day in weird times where like metal thieves and stuff would normally show up if you weren't home, right? So,
so since Tiffany just got here, I just want to show Tiffany something, show her that real quick. That we just came across that somebody just sent me. So I was totally, at the beginning, you could totally watch how this played out, Tiffany. I was like, oh, I totally believe this lady's account of that day. And I think maybe Candace was, we saw with that hoax call, how many of us it fooled when Candace was calling Mary and saying Dawn got arrested. So I was saying how I believe that when Candace came down the drive and everything, that was all staged. It was so some people would see her frantic and upset, because we saw how well Candace can fake. So somebody just sent me this. We just found it was guacamole. It's on her Facebook in her about section. This Jody girl. We're not going to read the whole thing, but if you can't, Tiffany, check it out on her Facebook. For some reason, I can't see it on my end, on my Facebook. Somebody had to send this to me, but I can see this part above it. I can't see the about section. But if you go down to the bottom, you know, she's basically, okay, in this paragraph, just describing who she is, how she's been through abuse, her kids are all she has, and that she's trying to get her life back together. Basically, you see that in her video on True Crime Commentary, where she's saying, like, she's moved from 125 Ben Hill, and she, you know, makes it seem like was in an abusive situation. So the last few sentences of this, in her about section, she starts talking about her friends. She says, the friends I have are some of the greatest anyone could ask for, and I'm glad they have stuck by me and through this with me. They are the only ones who can grasp the situation and know the entire truth of it all. They cry foul for me so I don't have to. They laugh with me to try to make things brighter. They take some of the burden off of me so I can lift my head and see the sun. I love you guys, and I appreciate the things you have done and the countless ways you have been there for me. You will never know how much it has meant. Listen to this, Tiffany. Especially the one person who I have found of late that I think may be my twin from a past life. LOL. Even if she is the most stalked person I have ever met. LOL. I wouldn't trade her for love nor money. Her friendship has meant the most to me, and I'm not sure what I would do without her and our talks at 4 a.m. when my head won't stop turning and obsessing. So, I have a hard time believing that she's not talking about Candace here. When she speaks of, especially the one person who I have found of late, that I think may be my twin from a past life. LOL. Even if she is the most stalked person I have ever met. LOL. Okay. So, now, in my opinion, we find out that she's BFF with Candace. So how much of this can we believe? And I don't know.
And most of them were metal in trucks. And I was like, you know, this has got to be about metal or, you know, stealing in the middle of the day. So I'd warn neighbors. There was quite a few pictures of them sent to other people. And I'd post it on Facebook, that sort of thing. Because I had no clue that it had to do with property sale because no signs had went up. And like I'd said in the other videos, you know, we were told that there had been for sale signs placed, but there absolutely had not been, or other.
I don't know exactly when it was wrote, but if you read the paragraph, if you can look it up, or I can email it to you, Tiffany. I can email it to you while we're watching this, actually. I think your email's on your Facebook or on your, on your YouTube, because we played a little bit of your video early, or I was about to play one of your videos of the Candace hoax call. So the reason why I believe that it was written very, very recently, because in that letter, and I'll send it to you so you can see, she talks about how she's restarting her life. And basically, you know, talking about all this craziness, you know, she was talking about in her video that on True Crime Commentary, how, you know, she was going through a bad situation and she got away, basically. I don't know if you heard that. Like, she's alluded to the fact that she was in an abusive relationship. She's no longer with him. I think she refers to him as Baltimore. And in this paragraph, which I'll go ahead and email that to you while I'm playing some of this video so you can look for yourself and read over it. I've already read it like 5 times. That's why I don't want to like bore people with it. But she mentions that. All the craziness, how she's trying to restart her life after, you know, and let's see here. I'm trying to right the wrong things that have happened. I'm trying my best to replace these awful memories in their heads with happier ones. Okay, hold on. let me back up. My kids are all I have and all they have. I want them to have a better life childhood than I did. Not this craziness. I'm trying to right the wrong things that have happened. And I'm trying my best to replace these awful memories in their heads with happier ones. So like I said, stay away from me if you can't be a normal non-drug using freak. I love my children more than life itself. I don't need to get caught up in any more craziness that can get me taken away. I don't know. We read over it. I'll email you this so you can read it yourself and decide when you believe it was written. But to me, from what we've watched in these videos and her interviews, it sounds like she just, I mean, obviously in the last 3 months, she moved for 125 Ben Hill. And it sounds like she's left this guy. And in this paragraph, it seems like she's talking about getting away from that situation. If you go to her Facebook, there's video after video of her talking about what she's been going through. So I'll email it to you now after while we're watching this.
Family members would have seen it. People, I mean, it didn't happen. So we had no clue. So I just thought metal thieves, we thought crime, whatever. And
by the way, thank you so much, Dr. Doodle. You're my second member. Thank you. Join the Discord link that's there.
Then, what?
You thought they were like the spot and steal. Spot and stealers, or they spot something in your yard that they want and they steal it. We call them spot and steal.
Well, these were walking all the way up the hill, and I assumed that when you walk up that piece that the kids and I were on, I mean, that is not an easy trek to make. It is worse than Candace's and M's and harder to get to. We assumed it was, well, the house is empty, whatever. They could see structures up there, thought it would be a good place to try to get metal from to, do, how the drugs and things work. So it was so weird because it doesn't really happen in there. That's the thing. At least not on properties like ours. That's how weird it was.
So the people that were coming, it was more than just Dobbs that was interested in this property that he purchased. And
absolutely.
And they came up there, got out of their vehicles, and were walking around in the woods and on the property there.
Yeah.
Right
and they
where
thought,
the kids were playing, basically.
Well, there's a spot that most of us in the road use as a way to bypass each other, but it's also used as a parking spot. Right between mine and Candace's driveways.
That would be about like right in here, wouldn't it?
I know from Google Maps it's a little off, but like if you are at the very end of Candace's driveway and you start to come up towards mine, which is, I don't know, maybe like 20 feet away at an angle.
Is it, or is this it?
That is so small, I can't. You see this white dot right here to your right?
To my right?
Go to the white dot. Go to the house and go to your right. Right there is where we're located.
Okay, this is where
and
you
see, yeah, and do you see the driveway that goes down? There's a cut through the woods.
Right here.
Yeah, like a little bit more to your right.
Right here.
Yeah, but it sort of goes down, and part of it's hidden on Google, but it almost matches Candace's driveway by the time you get down to it. And I think you've got, so there's a spot about right there.
It looks like there's a spot right here.
Yeah, but that's still a little bit closer to Candace because the woods hide the exit towers.
And there's,
so it's
like
around there.
Right here.
Yeah, but it's on Candace's side, so it'll be your left right there. There's a little bit of a spot there. Yeah, around that area. And directly across from the end of our driveway, but on Candace's driveway side. But from that spot, you can see Candace's, especially at that time of year, little foliage and through the winter months especially. But either way, they were.
Oh my God! Yay! Another member, Judah Hollingsworth. Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, yeah, join that. Please join that. Sorry about the lawnmower in the background. I thought that they would be done mowing around this area by now, but yeah, join that Discord link for members so we can like talk all day long, Let's see what you're. Yeah, maybe she doesn't want to let on you how close they are, but she did say that Summer and her girl don't play together, but the boys did. Yeah, I just emailed you that, Tiffany, so that you can go over and decide yourself. Like, if you've watched the interview with this lady, I know it's long, but you could speed it up on almost 1.75 and still understand what she's saying. Like I have this sped up. And if you get the context, you will soon learn that she mentioned something about how her and Candace were, going through similar situations. We're both on our own hills, but going through the same thing, which to me sounded like she was alluding to some kind of like abuse, because she does mention that she was in a really bad relationship and has just got out of it. So that's why I think that that Facebook statement had been written recently. And I would have a hard time believing it's talking about anybody else, because she says that, you know, if Candace was your best friend, she would be the most stalked person that you had ever met. Right? Yeah, so you'll understand after you watch it and stuff. I was totally like, if you watch the beginning of this live, I was totally like, yeah, I believe her account. I believe it's exactly what she remembers. I just don't believe that Don and Candace. I believe that their whole like show that was put on that day was so other people would see and then go back to the cops and be like, yeah, Candace was so upset. She was uncontrollable. She was bawling. I've never seen anybody like that. I believe it was staged. This lady talks about how they could hear everything going on each other's hill. So Candace could hear her kids. She could hear their kids, the boys in summer. And she talks about this scream she heard, but yet now it's just now coming out, which is very odd. Like, and why was this scream that Dawn mentioned not brought up until a couple months after Summer went missing? Weird, in my opinion. That's a very important information. That would totally support his supposed theory of an abduction if he would have mentioned the scream. Just like how Grandma being at the swimming hole was not mentioned until, wasn't mentioned right away. And when it was, it's like, wait, Grandis was there? This is new. I've never heard this before. That was way earlier on, but it wasn't mentioned at first. It just seems weird, the timing. I understand she does have this lady, Jody, has a lot of health issues and stuff. But why did Dawn not mention it earlier on? So yeah, Tiffany, since you have a bigger following and stuff, you should put that. I mean, if you think the Facebook description is relevant, you should put it on your channel. Like, you put all that info. I love it because I can go to your channel and I can pull up things like, and it be just that information, like the hoax call for instance. I was maybe going to play a little bit of that because we were talking how possibly, Jody just witnessed something that was put on a show, basically. And I just wanted to remind everybody how well Candace can fake being upset. So I like how you have all these little videos where I can reference and show, and it just be that and not anything else. So, Ziggy, everyone, I got to help my 40-year-old daughter move. She was in a bad car accident a year ago and she can't walk, but I hope to jump back on soon. You all rock. No, you rock. You were my very first member. We'll see, I guess, how it plays out. I thought she did tell LE. Maybe she didn't want to go public because she lived in the area with her kids. I think has moved since. Yeah. I totally get like her not wanting to go public with it, and she had health issues and whatever. I get it. I question it why now, but I understand if it is because of health issues and trying to get out of a relationship. Totally understand. But what I can't understand is why Don was speaking like crazy. Why didn't he mention this scream earlier on? I don't believe that he just found out like a couple months after If this happened, I don't believe he just found out. Like, that would be something you would tell the parents, like, hey, I heard this scream. That would be something that they know early on. Did he really? I didn't know that. That Don punched his son in the face for drinking? I thought that they condoned drinking over there, like even their sons, according to, right? Didn't True say that? Was it True? I don't want to reference the wrong thing, but didn't True say that they allowed the boys to drink? That Candace did anyways. Aren't they the neighbors who complain about daubs on their property? Probably. She does bring up him a lot. Yes. Well, in her mind, I mean, you don't ever think, though, that there's a child abduction. No, your mind doesn't go to that. Like, if you hear something, I mean, I guess it would matter the scream. She said she just blew it off, like, she didn't know if she had heard it right. Like, maybe it was an animal. Because you don't immediately think, like, when you hear a scream, that somebody's being hurt, really. I mean, I guess it's the sound of this. It matters if it's, like, how that scream sounded. Yes, Siggy, how is that possible, though? How could she hear regular conversations? Yeah, so that's another thing, Savannah. Like, the way she's describing it, it's like Candace. Now I talk with my phones on speakerphone, so I can't say like, oh, it was done purposely, but I can't say that for 100%. Because I like just to talk on speakerphone. It's much easier. I don't have to carry the phone. I can just lay it down and talk. And Candace was driving, I guess, but it would all play into the my theory that it was all a show. Because if you're going to want to have the call on speakerphone, if it's all a show to make people think that you're concerned about your daughter going missing and make it look like she was abducted, then you're going to want to have Dawn on speakerphone so it's heard, like hopefully it's heard that by somebody, by a witness. Like, I feel like maybe Candace is like beforehand was talking to Dawn on the phone and was like, hey, the neighbor's out here. So yeah, let's talk like we're concerned. And then they, Candace starts freaking out and Dawn's like, oh my God, you're telling me you lost, or what are you say basically you're telling me you lost my baby girl or something like that. That's what she said, was said by Dawn. Also, she didn't say anything about Dawn or Candace being involved, just Candace and the boys. Yes. She did want to say, I don't believe, which I never thought the boys were involved. I heard people's theories that possibly there was an accident involving the boys too. Like maybe they were too rough on her, pushed her, she hit her head or something. She fell down the stairs. I've heard those, but I never thought that. I see why maybe people might. But I've never really considered the boys much. Yeah, email me if there's something. I love when I get emails with it because it's gives us something to, especially like, look, like if Guacamole didn't email me that, I mean, I feel like that's highly important. So you guys send me some great stuff sometimes.
Parking down there, and they were getting out and walking up to our house and buildings and things, and so they had it wrongly listed online as the actual physical address for that house at first, and even up until the last days, like 3 or 4 days before the sale was, the last day the sale happened, we had to call in. When we called in, then they changed it online to where it was actually listed as like GPS data and not the physical address. Like, a good way to find the property, but not that making it look like the 125 was for sale.
So
So,
we could have had just think people coming up there to look at
and they're
property
mostly
for
out of
sale,
state.
and mostly out of state as well. I mean, there are so many that
In that
people will
last week, I
never
think I only had 2
will
locals, one
identify.
from Bloomingdale and one from Johnson City or Elizabethton, that I seen come in and out. And at that point, I was sitting at the bottom of the driveway for the most part for the last few days of that sale, waiting on others, because we knew the way the property had been advertised online on like Remax and all these out-of-state sites, that it was kind of a fib, because they had combined Candace and the 125 property to make it look like it was rolling hills. And I'm telling you, that is not what it is, not even in the least. But they had taken these tricky little photos that made it look like ours and Candace's rolled together, and you couldn't tell there was a road in between us, and you could see Candace's basement door, the school bus, her house perfectly. They did try to blur out some stuff in certain photos. I think there was a series of 44 or 45 photos on some sites. Other sites, I think, had like 30 some of those, but most of what they had pictured weren't even the property for sale. I think there was like maybe 5 out of all of those photos that were the actual piece that was for sale. That's kind of how deceiving it
So that
was.
was misleading. So when these people did come up and look at the property, they assumed they were going by the pictures that the real estate company posted and said, "Oh, this is part of the property. Look,
Yeah,
this is a part of the
and
property. Look," and it
we
wasn't.
had people trying to fight us, trying to argue with us. That was also part of the problem with Mr. Dobbs. Other than the point of contention in question, it was that he thought he bought this whole giant piece, which wasn't. And so it was more than just that point of contention where the spike lands. It was also that he thought, by going by the real estate pictures and things, that he had bought this giant piece, and he had not. So,
Okay, right here is a good one. Nick Owen asks, "Are horse riders around there often?"
one of my children's family members that lives in there has horses and things, off and on. He trains them, whatever. But that's not frequent. It's a rural community. You have horse riders, but they mostly stick to the main roads. The locals will ride through the woods and things like that. And like locals will use our road to enter the mountains and whatnot. But it's not like people coming from all over and riding through there or anything. And and I can hear the horses when they come in and out. And even just like, it wasn't but a few nights after summer went missing, a horse been in there because it was lost, but I could hear it was like 3 a.m, but so we hear them, see evidence of them here and there. So, but it's not an everyday thing. It's not, anything like that.
All right. Susan Lloyd says, "So Dobbs never had a land survey done to avoid all of that?"
No, and this particular family that owns the property, that the 125, pulled out a survey from the Morlock family that had been done by the Morlock family just a couple of months prior to the 77. I think the survey was done in 76. The deed was made in early months of 77, and the transfer happened, and that was the one
That
that
was
Dobbs would have had.
1977. That's 1977?
Yeah.
A year.
And that is the one that Dobbs would have been given, but they didn't offer him that survey, even though other neighbors had, because it wasn't just the family with that survey. Other neighbors around us had it as well, and offered it to the family in case they lost it, the map itself. And so there was access, but for some reason Dobbs was not given that survey. But we did have that survey, and I guess the family still does. Obviously, I have pictures of it and copies of it in one of the phones and memory cards right now. But
Okay.
the survey.
Can you help me out a little bit? Like right here where my arrow is on the map, right where it says Ben Hill Road and where it appears to be Candace and Don's driveway. Can you tell me where to go with my cursor to show where the land is that
You know what?
Dobbs
I'll do you
was?
one better. Hold on just a second. I'm gonna lay this phone down, and I will go get another. I don't know if it's on that memory card. Well, okay. So what you see is, and I wish I could keep zooming in, because what you're gonna be looking for is the little. Okay, where you're all right, the top part of Candace's driveway right there, the first line of it.
Right here?
No, down towards the road.
Right here.
Yep. Go kind of straight across from it onto the Ben Hill property. And slowly, okay. So that right there is going to be kind of the start of the Dobbs property, is directly across from the top line of Candace's and over. But then what you have is it goes kind of in a spoon sort of moon shape and around that bank, because that's basically all it's sold, was the crest of that bank for the 125 Ben Hill.
To the north?
To the north and the east. And it goes around and curves.
So kind of like this.
Yeah. And then if you'll go up towards the house.
Like towards your house?
Yeah, but it ain't even that far. It's literally the crust outside of that bank where you can see it raised up. And then it goes below the barn on the one. Yeah. And then it goes below the barn on the 125 property, which is back here behind the house. It just follows the edging of the bank, and then you'll see the barn's on the top of that ridge line.
Is this the barn?
Zoom in there. Yeah, because it's the trash pile. Yeah. So what happens is it goes on, it goes around the edge of that bank right there. There's not even that far, not even close. Like it literally, the line for it starts at Candace's driveway, but then it just edges around the crest of that bank.
Right through here.
Yeah, sort of. And then it'll follow, you see where the darkness is and the trees? Right
here?
Yeah, it follows that next to the barn. No, not even that far out. Just the edging in that darkness.
Okay, right down here.
Yeah. And it'll go.
So this area right here.
Yeah. And then it'll kind of curve up around that darkness in the bank because that's the creek. It'll go to your right around the edging of that bank.
Right on here.
keep going, because that's where most of the 2 acres he was sold is
Here.
that. Yeah, but you'll keep going even, but not actually. And then about where the barn is, it stops. The 2 acres is actually a vertical cliff. Like he can't really access it. It's of no use. You can't
That's why
build on
the
it.
real estate put all of the pictures over here.
Yeah,
of
they made
where you-
the bank on the 125, right where you're, yeah, all that. No, yeah, right in here. They made all of that blend with Candace's directly across and advertised it as Rolling Hills.
Yes. Now, if you watch Cracking Cases, they
Now
have
there is
real
a
estate
driveway.
photos where you could actually see the bus, the
Yeah.
top of the bus from Candace and Don's.
And see, I've got all those pictures
residence.
downloaded from all the websites, so I know what kind of stuff they were trying to pull. But if you go, there's 2 driveways to the house on the 125, and where you can't really see the first driveway because it's not really in use unless stuff needs to be put. But where he was parked that day, which is at the end of the driveway, they kind of connect the old driveway and the new. But that first driveway comes all the way up to the 125 house, and the second they meet each other basically, and they're both across from Candace's. But he was parked right there at the end, about closer to the road, obviously, yeah, in that area. But that first driveway leads all the way in directly to the back of the house for 125. But those 2 no trespassing signs he was parked are like right there. And yeah, so
Dobbs was basically camping right here.
yeah, but he was, either way, he was trying to. He hadn't managed to actually camp yet. He'd only been there a few hours.
Now, there are photos going around of, and I'm going to say allegedly because I have not confirmed. I have been told this, and I've seen it said time and time again. The photos of Dobbs coming off of a piece of property. He's coming down. Is he actually on the Wells property in that photo? Do you know which photo I'm talking about?
I don't know which photo you're talking about, but we do have pictures of him that day because I was like, I want his tag number. And so I have pictures of him in the vehicle and everything, because the back hatch was open, so everything he had in that vehicle were visible. So, I mean, and I can share those if necessary. I think I honestly sent them to Candace, to be frank with you, because I was afraid they were lost a couple weeks ago when I was looking for evidence for my own thing going on. So,
right. We can always do another show and bring those pictures in. There's no problem there. The day before Summer went missing, there are statements going around that the law showed up over a property dispute.
they did.
They did.
He wouldn't move. I was under the impression at last he was moving off of that piece and taking the vehicle out of there at least. And then he sat down and was acting a little weird. I thought, and then I could tell by the time we were backing out in my car, I was in the passenger seat, that he was not actually moving. He was having some sort of fit on the back of his vehicle. I was like, whoa, to the person that was driving. And
all this basically, it took place at the bottom of Dawn and Candace's driveway right there. Right.
Well, it happened in our driveway.
Oh, it happened in your driveway. Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't in Candace's driveway at all. But at one point, he had been parked in that parking space I was talking about earlier, because the tires we had there blocking it off at that point had been moved. And the person I was with had asked him how the tires got moved, and he was like, "Oh, that was me. I was parked there earlier." Before he had actually parked in between no trespassing signs and had cut away through. So at one point, he was parked in a parking space over there towards Candace's I was talking about earlier. He had moved the tires to do so. There was 4 of those there, and then after he had cleared and cut through my lights and trees and whatever cut his way in between those 2 no trespassing signs, he then moved the vehicle over there. So he was at the bottom of our driveway at that point when the police showed up and when we had found him down there. So he was at the bottom of ours.
Have you seen Cracking Cases video where they put the real estate pictures?
I had not. Until recently, I don't, and then we've had our own situation going on, so I've not really been online too much. I mean, other than, on my own.
After we get done with this, I'll send you the link and everything so you can look at it. But they have covered a lot of the real estate pictures.
Okay, so I pulled up the map so we can see too. I think that's a good idea, because I was hoping that they would do it on here. But I have a question. Why is she talking about land and property and sales? What does that have to do with Sweet Summer? I think maybe she's trying to implicate JD or Jackie Dobbs. Maybe, is that what you guys are getting from it? They were saying also, she said that the sale of land brought a lot of traffic because it was listed improperly, like the correct. So people thought they were getting this great deal on land that they weren't actually getting because it was listed incorrectly. Like it showed the wrong type land that they would be getting. What you actually bought, according to it was like this vertical. I mean, it wasn't anything you could do anything with. You can't put any property on it because it's too, just the land that it is just too treacherous, and like there's this big drop off, like hill. I don't know. She said you can't do anything with it. So But let's see. Let's pull up this map real quick and see. Right here. Make sure you guys can see it correctly. Okay. So when I pull up 125 Ben Hill, and here in a second I'll go ahead, I could change it to 110, but it has her all the way over here in this red. That's pretty far. If their house was all the way back there, and then here would be Candace's drive. I don't know if you guys could see my cursor or not. Probably not. But right across here, that's pretty far back. I don't know if that how correct that is. Let's see if we could change it to 110. Wait. Oh, I'm confused. This is Ben Hill. There's 110. I need to pull up on a different map. We can keep comparing because to me. 125 Ben Hill. Okay. I don't know. It's so confusing. Is there a way to pull up two properties at once where they mark both of them? Yeah, well, we could do. I know, I do wonder how much distance is between them. We pull up 125 again. And if I look back at 110, okay, I see where this is 110. Okay, so this clearing, I wish I could write on here so you could see. Can you guys see my cursor? This clearing is 110 Ben Hill. Right here, I think. No, that says 160. No, that's got to be 110 because that looks like their property. It looks exactly like Candace and Dawn's property. And then here, let me show you guys something. You can see my cursor? Okay, good. Let me show you something. So see where they have 110 on this map, marked as 110? But this is their property right here where it says 165, isn't it? That looks exactly like their house. And back there behind it looks like the trailer. Their actual address is 165. Okay. And so then if you go let's pull up where it has 125 marked one more time because I want to show you guys. It looks far on the map, but they don't have it. They might not have it marked properly. So you see 125 all the way over here. And then now, here's the little clearing that is Don and Candace's. That seems far if it's correct, but it might be wrong because it might be a little off. That clearing right here is Don and Candace. What are you guys saying? Do you see a lot of land in between that and roads going uphill with trees to see or hear anything? Just my feet. Yeah. Unless it's off a little bit. Do 125 to 165. I mean, we see what. It's just we need to know. I mean, we know which property. We could tell by looking which property is definitely Don's. We need to know exactly, though, on the map where. Go to your community tab. Okay. Okay. So I'll pull up this map that Tiffany has. See if I distance from 110 to 125. Wow. Okay. So that makes it look, so it's 0.2 miles, which isn't long if that's the distance between the two of them. That's just 2 blocks. On Google Maps, it made it look like further. Is this an iPhone map feature? I have all Android products, except my daughter. She has, well, of course, has to have the iPhone, the new ones, of course. Right, Fairy. Fairy says, my point was that she could hear the scream, but Candace couldn't, and she was right there. Yeah. I say 2 blocks because isn't a block usually 0.1 mile? Yeah, I'm on an iPhone, so that's an iPhone map. So, so the Google Maps was a little off, obviously. I mean, it pulls up 110 as it's wrong. We can see where 110 was, but we know that, but we weren't able to see exactly where, if 125 was a little off on the map. Because let's see here. So I say, isn't a block usually 0.1 mile? And Tiffany here says the distance from them from 110. I wonder if it's 0.2 miles is like a straight shot across, or like driving distance of 0.2. because there's going to be a little bit of turns, but straight across might be less than 0.2. And I say 2 blocks because I was always taught that a block is 0.1. I don't know if that's correct, but. Is that land distance? That's what I'm wondering too, if it's like driving distance or like if you go straight line across. I'm just saying, like, even like walking, they're gonna go by the roads, so it's probably gonna be less than 0.2. If driving distance was 0.2, it's gonna be a little bit less than that. So it's the reason she was hard to follow was because of all her filler. She was putting a lot of context in her story, but maybe she felt it was important to give context, because context is really, really, a lot of times is super important. It can make all the difference to a situation when you are telling a story or somebody asks a question. You know how when somebody asks you a question, it's like it's not just a yes or no thing. You have to give context or it doesn't make sense. She wanted it known that usually any other day or any other time period, she would have said, oh, no way would have ever an abduction ever been possible. But she just said it was the perfect storm of situations that makes her believe it could be an abduction, because she said there was tree people, right? Really tree people, like, and she said that there was a property like being sold, like people kept trying to see this property and hoping it fell through because they thought that it was misrepresented. The property was misrepresented, and it made it seem like it was way better of a piece of property than it actually was. And people kept hoping that the sale would go through when Jackie Dobbs purchased it. But then she also made it seem like there is some type of legal dispute going on with Jackie and this property, because I don't know. I mean, that's what I took from it, that he feels it was misrepresented. The church is involved with the Lamplight Theater. Their shows are very disturbing. I heard this Lamplight brought up before too. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, it was hard to understand her. She said she has some health issues, and she showed on her neck where somebody mentioned it was cancer. I'm not sure if that's true. I don't know if I remember cancer, but I do know some serious health issues. Because you'd have to walk down one mountain and up another. Yeah. Let's see if she will go. See, when I see Lizzie B. Savage, I'm like, ugh, I don't know. I just that girl. Sorry.
Cracking Cases Cam Alley, they are really wonderful. They talk about justice. Justice has to be served. Justice, will be served, but it can also be done without hate.
Yeah, and see, here's the thing: everybody thinks that we're
not hating on anybody. We're just trying
to explain. And I don't, because of safety concerns. Candace and them's driveway is and their house is a whole lot easier to access than, say, the property we lived on until just a few days ago. However, it is really not that difficult. And you've had crazies online going real life, and I've watched with my own eyes get to exactly where the whole internet's saying, oh, nobody could get up that driveway, nobody could get to their back door, how did whatever. It is literally not that far. It is.
I have spoken with the ladies from Project Truth, and they have been up there.
Mm-hmm.
And another lady that drives up here from Cleveland, and she has been up there. I've spoken with them, and they said that they can get up there no problem. Chris Chris M, he
And like it's a good place at certain times. That's the thing. That particular way that's shaped is like you could literally hide behind the weed center, and the way the bank is shaped. Watch.
I just want to comment. Yeah, these people might be able to get up the driveway, but how are they going to be able to get up it like without being noticed? Because just like this lady says, this Jody, right? That's her name, Jody. She hears when Dawn and Candace go up that drive, and she knows what their vehicles sound like. If she can hear 0.2 mile away, or maybe even a little bit less, if she could hear, like, people are going to hear going up that rough driveway. You know, when you're trying to go up a driveway that, or on a road that has rocks, and it's just, I mean, Chris McDonough said it's treacherous. It's got a lot of dips, and I don't know. That's just odd that somebody, I mean, I guess they would have had to known that Summer was there. That seems pretty ballsy. I don't think that's what happened. I really, really don't. I just don't believe that somebody just drove up that driveway and ran into Summer at the right exact time where nobody else was around. The boys weren't outside. I mean, but Chris McDonough even said that he just released information on Web Sleuths recently that the boys had told one of, I guess, law enforcement that they were playing hide and seek. So now the boys were outside? Yeah, I could definitely see how that is. People would find that. I do understand she has health issues. Like I mentioned, she's going through getting out of a bad relationship. She's moved. Maybe she was in a situation like where she couldn't, her boyfriend wouldn't let her have friends or talk. I don't know. Maybe she couldn't be on the internet talking to people because she was in a very controlling relationship. I don't know. She said he's very abusive, but yeah, I don't believe anybody kidnapped her. Seven Day is a cult. Really? I've been in so many different churches and with DW criminal history, if someone knew the family and that Summer was there, you're right, but who'd have the balls to step foot on the property to take their child? I don't know. Maybe Candace told the boys to go hide while Summer was being taken, being distracted on purpose so the boys wouldn't see anything. That's a good point, too. But then we also have this information that this friend, supposedly, that Grandma confided in, that she met online. The info released on Critical K. Whether you like Critical K or not, she's a great interviewer. She's just has the voice for, she's good at what she does. We have this information that supposedly, you know, Grandma never saw Summer again after they got home, and that there was no knee brace, fixing a knee brace, and that, you know, and then this bombshell that Summer was sick, which I don't know how that really ties into my theory either. So that kind of threw me for a loop because I believe that I believe they sold her. Or at first I was convinced there was an accident. But I don't believe that anymore. Because if there was an accident, you would be really upset. I mean, you wouldn't be able to hide and I don't know why you would want to hide your being upset. It's normal to be like devastated if you lost your child. And if you were covering up an accident, you would still be devastated. I'm not saying it's all innocent, but when it is, we need to call it. And the plays are about Jesus against evil. Sounds to me that the abuse was pretty bad. She could have also been scared because she was living there on Ben Hill Road. She just moved within days and seemed this was one of her first priorities. Yeah, true. That's probably there's a few reasons why she might not have spoke up. What I find though that doesn't make sense is why Dawn didn't mention sooner about this scream. There's a million reasons why this lady might have not came out till now. It could be for the wrong reasons. It could be because, it could be because now she's coming out to try to make Candace look better because she's her new BFF. It could be that, but then, she mentioned several things that make sense why, like the moving, this relationship she was in, her health, she seems to really love her kids and they're getting away from this too. So she has had a lot on her mind. Hey, Thomas, how you doing? Yes, Billy David Dawson said he took them food before. He said, I heard he had a key to the house. He would watch the boys sometimes. Wow, really? Because I thought he said he had never been to the house before. Yeah, I swear. Some of these people can't keep their... Did you...
that basement door and just wait, and it wouldn't even be a thing. It's not as inaccessible as it looks. The pictures and the way the perspective from video and even the still frames, especially in the news, make it seem absolutely impossible to access, but it's not. Theirs is definitely more accessible than ours by a long shot, but it honestly kind of is. The way it's set up, especially with foliage popping up in those days before, was you could have sat there and watched until. And, so, it's not. But the thing is there's only a couple places on that road somebody would have been able to park to where I couldn't have seen them during my hypervigilance. So either somebody had been watching or they got super lucky because I was out on that bank. I was in hyper alert, stupid vigilance mode. And how and why still bothers me greatly. Because there's literally only two spots you could park to hide from my vision there, because I can see that parking spot. I can see Candace's driveway. I can see, but
you can see things that we can't see on the map because you have been there.
And yeah,
you have traveled that road 100,000 times, so you can see stuff that we don't see in that. Can you give us some insight on the Wi-Fi and cell signals? On my last video, I call it Booney Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
that's what I call it.
That was another thing. They were advertising these out-of-staters like it had a high-speed internet and it was hawking and a co-op, which I loved their power when we were at the other place. Loved their power. It never went off, but this particular piece has AEP in their garbage. But anyway, there is no high-speed internet. You're lucky if you can get satellite, and that's a joke down there. Until I have literally through the years tried to call 911 even on devices like cell phones throughout the years, and until the past couple of years, most people even did cell phones without service will connect to 911, right? But down there you can't even do that until the past couple of years. So it's and you still have to walk around the field half the time going the Verizon guy can hear me now, but your cell phones are not giving it. It's not. Even cop radio still don't work on there. It's not a secret to anybody that lives there. It's part of what I've literally had police show up for years and say that, because they don't, they're not safe either, right? So they will tell you to either come down in the morning or they'll come back in the daylight because it's, the signal down there is not safe for them either and they can't stay connected to each other. And even now it's kind of like that. I mean, and I think there's been discussion about upgrades through the years, and especially now that the summer thing has brought attention to that. But I mean, it is not. I've watched, and GPS will send you all over the place. Like you can put in hours, it'll send you to Grassy Creek instead. So I mean, it's kind of the Wild West. Some people's cell phones work in certain areas, but if you have a different carrier, they don't. Even if you use, say, Wi-Fi to call out, you're looking at a lag so long that it's ridiculous. Over talking one another, shutting down. You might as well forget it. Like it's useless.
Yeah, there's a major lag, and like I don't know if anybody has witnessed someone on Facebook that has that boony Wi-Fi. They might share a post, and the next thing you know, they've got 5 of the same exact posts
Yeah.
in a row.
Mhm.
And you're like, you're scrolling through your Facebook, and then you see them post that, and then like you see like the next 3 posts are that same Facebook friend posting the same thing at the exact same time 3 times over. You click on their profile, and you see a whole bunch of that where they post the same thing over and over and over. It's not that they're posting it 5 or 6 times in a row.
It's
That's
just that
what
they'll act like it has or hasn't, and then you hit the button, or for no real reason,
it
it
just
will
does.
pick it up and just continue to
It just
to wait for it.
automatically does it with the
Yeah.
lag, and it's like it happened to me one time, and I had shared something, and a friend of mine from the UK messaged me and said, "Have you been hacked?" And I was like, "No, I haven't." And he's like, "Well, why are you sharing things?"
Sorry,
And
I
I
did.
have any insight on the echoes in that holler?
Well, each property is different. Even different places on each property is different. Like the particular piece I was on, I guess if you wanted to be, the merchant neighbor on Bewitched, it would be it, because for some reason that piece itself kind of picks up everybody's properties, even all the way into the hollow at the end. So, and I think it's because of the height, because it is above everybody else's. It also has a scoop ending, but the hollow reaches it both ways, and then the right of ways and things help it pick up sounds from kind of everywhere. But as far as the surrounding pieces there, and I'm going to try not to use specifics because I don't want other people that don't want to speak and things like that, or ways to identify them to where people go harassing them or go in real life.
Correct.
They like there's another one that's near Candus that and see, I can't really, that's the thing, like there are things I know that, but it will identify them if I even give out how the sounds are heard. But there's a particular piece right there that they can't hear Candace except for sounds that come off the left side of that bank at Candace's in a certain area, but they can't hear the voice screaming full out playing. And I can hear the voice just fine. Plus, I can hear that person that they can't hear anything but the left side of Candace's. I can hear them perfectly, but only if they're out further, like I'd say 30 feet or so from their house. I can hear everything from theirs. I can hear everything below and further out. But like the day I was looking for Summer, you can't, like Candace, I mean, she can't hear me screaming. And I've known of other things throughout the years where I've hollered at her from the bottom, she can't hear me. Not if you're off and actually into the road or right there at the very bottom of the driveway, just, And then, like, but I can hear Candace just fine. Like, she's in front of me, even at the bottom of our piece. I can hear her and the boys and Dawn on a regular day at the top of, and even in our house, even if they're speaking in normal tones on their property. Not just the boys are yelling, screaming. I mean, I can hear Candace and Donnie talking. I can hear the kids talking in low tones. And so, and I can hear cars and doors and people all the way to the back of the hollow. Like and then if you got into the main strip of Beach Creek and go to your left, the big farm down there on your right, across from where all the new people are moving in with the RVs. You know what I'm talking about, that farm? It was part of Mike and Barbara's, and they sold off before Barbara passed.
So I just wanted to, I put Tiffany's comment up here because she brings up a good point. Like, I thought that was true, that David Dodson said he had never been to the property before the night Summer disappeared. When he was asked about the dogs, he said they weren't around, but when he brought them food, they were. So weird. Why would somebody contradict themselves in that situation? Yes, I did watch, and it's important to, Sweetie Pie Low messaged me about that, because I was like asking her before it was ever put out. I was asking her if Donna was going to, I think I was asking her if Donna was going to do a reading on it, on Gabby, and we were discussing it, and she said she had mentioned that Donna did a reading, but she was afraid to put it out because at the time she did the reading, her body hadn't been found. And so she didn't want people to think, put it out after her body had been found. And she didn't want people to think that she was just going, by the news. But actually, no, that reading was done before Gabby was ever found. If you watch the other cases on here with children being missing, see how the parents act, and you can tell exactly the ones that are fishy and the ones that are truthful, right? And when we watched a video the other day, somebody did a really good job of showing different parents and their, you know what how they were acting when their child went missing. And it was like, and then they showed Dawn. It was such a contrast. It was crazy. When I emailed you back about I think you were asking for a name. This lady's name is Jody Sue. And I think it's okay to say her last name because I'm pretty sure she mentioned it. It's Brown. But yeah, if you guys have a chance, check out on Sweetie Pie Lowe's channel the reading of Gabby. It's not as like in depth as Summers was, but it's still good. So yeah, so Dawson is lying. That's why, right? If you contradict yourself, that's usually what it means. I mean, how can you say that you were never there before and then mention about bringing food? And I'm pretty certain that's correct because my memory tells me I've heard him say that before and contradict himself. And you guys are also saying this. So yeah. But to the ones that I just got an email, I'm going to see what it's about. So I'm going to play a little bit more of this. But I did start my memberships. If anybody wants to join, and it's I made a private Discord for just members where we can discuss like whatever you want throughout the day. And I also put some cool emojis on there. But anyways, yeah, I'm going to watch a little bit of this and I'm going to see what this email is about and see if it's worth sharing. I don't know exactly what it is, so.
You're going to go back to left towards Mount Carmel. Free will.
Oh, this way, to the left.
Yeah, it's basically across, like, the RV campground center across from Mount Carmel, but there's a farm down there near Mount Carmel Church, and it is giant. But I can pick up sounds perfectly from there as well.
Right,
what is that? Because you should be on, okay, you got Mount Carmel Free Will Baptist right there, right? On your, see the church?
Right here.
Yeah. Okay, so what you have is a big farm right in that area on the same side as Mount Carmel. Before Simpson. So anyway, I can pick up sounds from down that far, clear as day. There was a cow there that drives me insane, and it's just one this season. And it's like it was right in the cabin doorway.
Right.
It drives me nuts. So yeah, it depends on what's happening. But it's the way the valley filters through, and then the way the creek follows and goes directly to the Ben Hill, the road. It just comes through, and it's nothing but basically a bullhorn. So
and that's like a 4-minute drive in a vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah.
it's like 2 miles.
I think
2 miles
because the other property we lived in prior is across from Mount Carmel Baptist, because his family owns their house down there. That house is across from Mount Carmel, and I think that it's like a mile from Ben Hill to like Mount Carmel and Field. So it takes like a minute and a half. But honestly, none of us down there doing the speed limit either. So
this is where they staged at is this the church that they set up at?
Yeah, that's
this is the church that the officers set up at the day that Stephen Summer went missing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that night.
Okay. Can you tell us about the tree trimming crews now?
They've been in there for weeks leading up to summer.
Weeks?
Like it'd been a while because and I could probably give you exact dates because they were showing up and had been there already cutting when I had a radiation scan at one point scheduled.
And they actually cut this path right here out, didn't they?
Yeah, they cut from all the way over here to start of Ben Hill.
Like from here?
Yeah,
all the way through here, all the power lines. They just went through there cutting trees.
They were honestly cutting where they're running power lines, so I don't know what to tell you about that. But I do know that what they did on Candace and their property is if you start at Ben Hill, it's the very beginning of it.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, Yes, I'll send you the Discord link. It also should be on the there should be a membership community wall with the link. I put the link there, like welcoming the new members or whatever, and I re-put the link there. So if you don't, I'll have to check my Discord here while we play this. But I want to ask you guys, Did she mention that she has cancer? Did anybody see that? There's a reason why I'm asking. Did somebody see that somewhere? I can't remember. When she was saying her medical issues, did she say she had cancer? You can't find it? You just hit join. I've had a few people join today, so back, next to where you subscribe, Hakuna, there should be something that says join. So she said she had cancer. You have to join from computer. No, I've always joined from people's, from their, from my phone. Like if I go to, like, for instance, let's see, go to Tiffany Marie's. Maybe they have to be live to be able to join. Let's go to Molly. I know for a fact that Molly. Yeah. So when you go to my face, I just did it on my phone. I just put in Molly Golightly and I can see where you hit join. It doesn't say join there. That's weird. It's like right next to subscribe. Because someone on my computer dropped the link to memberships. Yeah, if there's a way. So, you guys, I don't ever want to. I'm waiting to get an email back, but I might have a comment about that cancer thing. Wow. So I had somebody just email that they did a pendulum. I don't know if any of you guys believe in that, but and they asked if that this lady heard a scream, and she said it came back as a no. But I'm waiting on another email. I'm trying to understand. I got some screenshots about something, and I'm trying to understand the context behind them. I don't want to just like comment on something until I know for sure that it's true, because it's a pretty sensitive topic, when talking about cancer and stuff. She said she had cancers multiple places. Oh gosh. If I show this, people are gonna be pissed. I already know. There's no join button by the sub button. Try this link for memberships. I'm not sure. Okay. There you go. Try what that might. Okay. Starbright Kush says she sees it. Join, sub, and bell. It says join for me too. Okay, cool. So I don't know why some people aren't seeing it. Maybe because it's like such a new thing. But we'll figure it out. It doesn't have to be today. So Randy sees it. So when I get this email back and on the context of this info, if you're watching the person that I won't call you out. I won't say who you are. If you can tell me the context, like a little more. Oh, of course, they're out there working again. So loud. Holy moly. Maybe iPhone versus Android. True. I don't know. I have an Android and I see. So somebody, I'm not going to say who because I know it's a sensitive topic. Let's watch some of this while I'm figuring some stuff out.
All the way to your like left on Candus's. Yeah,
Right
all the way from there and out, and they literally have cut a swath of that property out to where it's nothing but. I mean, there's no vegetation left. It is the
you could
clearest.
drive a utility truck through there.
Oh no.
I mean, you couldn't drive it like a power truck if a power line fell or something. They had to get to it
Well,
because usually
I
that's
think
what they do when they cut the vegetation out. They fix it to where they can
that's
reach the
what
power
they're
line.
supposed to do. But what I'm telling you, they did is they clear cut that like you would clear cut for a hayfield to go in.
Oh wow! So they
Like
completely.
they ground down tree stands into dust, buildings, fence posts, fences. There was nothing left over there. I mean, it was horrendous, and I've never seen anything like it. And it was more than just to get a truck through. And it also left it open to the main road coming through Beach Creek. I mean, like I had clear eyesight that they were looking for somewhere on Voldemort, Donnie, the cops coming in and out, and that is not normal. Even I was appalled that day. I was like, what have they done over here? Like, it was insane. And I think what they told me when I went back there about the wood and timber situation stuff is they were only supposed to cut 13 feet up the bank, something like that. And I was like, okay, but you're way above. What are you doing? Like, then that doesn't explain why you did that over there, you know. And they stayed over there on Candace for so long. Like, I'm like, shouldn't they be done over there already? And they only moved really after summer had left. Like, and then they finally started on the right of way that goes through the Ben Hill property, one of them, to all the way back to another neighbor's. And so, you know, it was just like, and they didn't clear cut the 125 and the right of way to it like they did to Candace's and M's. And that's what makes they didn't do it to other neighbors either. They were kind of staying within their bounds that they had told me were their measurements. But for some reason, they did Candace and Donnie's like that. And I couldn't tell you why that is, but it was one of the most atrocious clear cuts. I mean, like it was literally like somebody would have been cutting down everything to put in a hayfield.
Wow. How many workers did the tree trimming crew have?
You know, at first they were like, one of the days I recall being down there, like the radiation scan day, it was like a massive amount. There were two separate crews. I talked to somebody that had identified themselves as like a supervisor or something. You know, then they gave me a number of somebody else to call to make sure that everybody knew because that was somehow state related, the two company related. It was, you know, a mix of, you know how that stuff works.
Right.
And
they're contractors, so.
And there was personal vehicles, there was motorcycles parked across the cemetery, personal vehicles kind of parked everywhere. But my car was surrounded in the middle of Ben Hill when I stopped, to the point where I mean, like felt smothered anyway. But there were like dozens, and there was a massive amount of equipment and trucks and vehicles coming in and out. And I think the number of these people definitely dropped after summer, you know, witnessing. Like it was.
Thank you, Seagate. Yay! So it looks like Doodle found the link that you go to. I know people are having issues, and thank you so much for. And tell me, Seagate, if you guys can see the link under. There should be just a community wall, I think, for members, and there should be a link to join the Discord. And while we're watching this, I'll see if anybody's joined the Discord yet. So I don't know if I want to comment on what the info I just got. Basically, I don't want to be one of those creators that like keep you hanging or something. I'll just say this, like, I think the info is alluding to maybe she's not being honest about her medical. I don't know. Somebody sent me some, I don't know how they would have got it. I'm trying to find that info out of some type of medical document. I'm guessing she posted it on her Facebook, and it shows her like conditions, and there's nothing about cancer on that. So I don't know. I don't know how long ago it was posted or how long ago this document's from. I don't know what somebody would, but she does have that cut on her throat, so it doesn't make sense to me. But under $sign in chat for me. Okay. Oh yeah, I think if you hit the $sign, there might be an option to join members if you want to. Don't ever feel obligated, even because some of us can't afford $5 a month right now. You know what I mean? Like maybe, you know, someday you'll be able to, and it's totally fine. You guys are all amazing. I want to know though why the picture that you're supposed to have by you guys' names, the members, is not coming up. It's just like the generic little thing. I'm gonna have to get that changed. You can't get to my but you see, well, right now I have the Discord I have is for those that are members, because It's one of the special things for those who are members. But when you have other ways, you can contact me, so it's totally fine. You guys can always email me also. But it is nice, like, to have some kind of like a messenger, like Discord, where you can like message in real time, and set emails sometimes take a while for people to see. What are you guys that became members? Try using one of the new, like, or the emojis. See if they work. Will you guys, one of you, try them out? Doodle or Seagate? Like the little emojis I made. Can you try them to see if they work? Just curious. Oh no, it didn't show up right. It just comes up as the names. Yes, I have your Discord. It's not working. Why is it just showing names? That's peeing me off. All right. Well, let's watch a little bit of this. That's not supposed to be like that. That's the names of them. That's not the actual pictures, obviously. Gwen, it's those for the membership. The emojis are supposed to be for members, like those who joined the channel. Hit the join button. It's different than subscriptions. And it's, oh, you guys see them? Oh, it's probably because I'm on StreamYard. Okay, cool. So I'll go ahead and play the rest of this, and I'll pull up my YouTube.
Not even a quarter of what had been shown up in there.
I mean, just the very next day, the number was cut in half or less.
Oh, absolutely.
The very next day,
Yeah.
compared to the day that she went
My
missing.
car was surrounded. I mean, they were shoulder to shoulder and looped. It was like 2 or 3 circles of men around my car. It wasn't just like, oh, there's 10 and it's enough to take up space. This was like 3 circles worth of men around the car. And
3 rows deep all the way around.
Yeah, like that many.
Wow. And so there was like that many the day that Summer went missing, and then the next day after she went missing, not even
I
half
had
of that.
attention the day she went missing. I mean,
Okay.
because I was at the house. You could hear them come in and out, in and out. I can't
Well,
say.
in the days leading up to Summer going missing, and compared to the day after, the number of workers were like cut in half. Like one of them. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, there was a
So
drag. You could
So
tell.
I mean, it's as if possibly anybody from that came to look at the real estate could have seen the kids. So many of the tree trimming crew. I mean, there was more than what was just there the day that Summer went missing.
Yeah.
So what can you tell us about your point of view from the day that the evening that Summer went missing? Begin at the very beginning when you first found out about Summer going missing. Actually, before she went missing, what was your position in that, and what is your side? Because I mean, everybody's got their own view of the story and how it went. What is your story of the day? How you found out? What all happened?
Well, I was on. Sorry, I'm gonna have to get a blanket. I am absolutely freezing, and it's like 80 in here. I'm wearing 3 shirts, but no thyroid is. Yeah, I'm not feeling the cold today. And I'm shaking like a leaf currently. So the day was pretty normal, other than obviously the property thing. We had expected Mr. Dobbs to show back up at some point, or who knew what from that. So I was kind of super hyper alert, and every noise was kind of bringing me out. There was a cabin I was in at the time for cancer treatments, that sort of thing, etc. And then, and it was facing a little bit different of an angle in the house, and a little closer to Candace's in a way, and it picks up noise a little different in the house. But either way, the kids and I were in there and joking and goofing off. I was sitting on the bed. I didn't feel good, especially from the stress from the day before. But we were doing what we always kind of do. We were together and
doing your typical family stuff.
Yeah.
Even it's just at home chilling.
The tree crews and stuff had cut out. So we were sitting there, and my daughter was at my feet, and I was up towards like the head of the bed, and my son was to my left. And the cabin doors were open, and in the type of PTSD sort of hypervigilant sort of mode I was always in anyway, it had been exacerbated. I always kind of keep things quiet. That day it was particularly quiet because we were waiting on Dobbs, right? We assumed something else would happen, or more property people, because they were still showing up, even after the sale until the close and all this other stuff. I mean, even.
Okay, so I see this update. We can watch or read real quick. It's not anything groundbreaking. So I pulled up, by the way, I did pull up on my YouTube, because right now I'm watching through StreamYard, and so that's why I can't see the little pictures and stuff. But I did see when I pulled up my YouTube app and your guys's, I need to change the picture that's before your guys' names. There are now members, and thank you so much. You become a member by hitting join. So if you don't, I know it's confusing. I never understood it at first either. It's different than subscription. It's like But so TBI just put out, or I think it's Hawkins County, not really TBI. Hold on, let's see. So here's the article. There's still more questions than answers, TBI says. Investigators won't give up search for Summer Wells. So this is in reference to TBI and the Summer Wells. So Hawkins County, Tennessee. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation released a video updating the public on the latest search for missing 5-year-old Summer Wells. Oh, where's this video? Is it this one?
I'm Leslie Earhart with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. We thought we would take a few minutes to update you on the search for 5-year-old Summer Wells. As you know, she was reported missing from her home on Ben Hill Road in Hawkins County on June 15th. Unfortunately, there's still more questions than answers, but we haven't given up, and we won't. Agents and detectives with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office continue to work daily to determine what happened to Summer.
But we're still looking, we're still searching, we're still following tips. And one thing that we need to do is preserve the integrity of this case, because we can't tell everything we're doing. We can't tell everything we know. And a lot of stuff that we get called on, we've already done several times.
We want to urge you only to share information from official sources. The misinformation and speculation simply don't help the case. Our teams continue to sift through hundreds of tips, and it turns out most of them are rooted in rumors and bad information spread on social media.
That causes us confusion with all the tips that we get and we're going through. A lot of it is coming off of social media. And what we want to do is get more tips that we can rely on to help us find Summer. And that's our whole goal, is to find Summer.
We appreciate your partnership and ongoing interest in the search for Summer. Please know, as much as you want answers, we want them more. We ask that you understand that our priority has to be figuring out what happened to her. And as Sheriff Lawson mentioned, in order to preserve the integrity of the case, that might mean we cannot share everything we know. Stay connected with TBI on social media for ongoing updates in this case as we are able to share them.
Okay, well, I'm glad they did that, but they're having a lot of pressure to give us updates. Yeah, this was within the last hour. Yeah, about an hour ago, TBI posted this on our social media. And they're saying, bottom line, we haven't given up and we won't. Well, I hope that's true. So while we're on articles, let me show this. This was on, and see what you guys think. This was shown on Scott H's channel. Part of he's also part of True Crime Commentary. This. Did you guys see this? Who has seen this? Scott does do some interesting streams. So put a 1 in the chat if you've seen this, or a 2 if you have not. One if you have seen this, 2 if you have not. Because this is very, very interesting. 2, we got a few 2s. That's good. You'll be seeing this for the first time. He needs to follow the Petito case to realize that, I guess, he's ignorant and doesn't have an open mind. You could tell that. Yeah, he doesn't. He kind of has talked bad about me, but it's cool. Like, people can change their minds, and the sheriff probably got mad because a lot of people were calling them today asking about Summer since it's been 100 days since she's been missing. Oh, okay. So most of you guys, do you agree with her, Ziggy, that Candace has nothing to do with this? No, I do not. No, I do not. And Jennifer, were you on here earlier when we showed her Facebook about section where it states that she has this newfound best friend who has been stalked more than anybody she's ever known, or something like that. That's not verbatim. That's not word for word. That's paraphrased. So who is this new BFF of hers who she knows that's been stalked more than anybody she's ever met? If Candace was your best friend, wouldn't you say that she's been stalked more than anybody you've ever met? Yeah. So now, after seeing that, where we found out that info midstream, thanks to Guacamole, I don't know how to take her. Maybe Candace didn't have something didn't directly do something, but she knows. Yeah, I need to write down, since I mentioned him, I need to put him in. Oh, I think I already have him in the description, but I'll also have the everybody's mentioned channel in the description. Savannah saw it. It's pretty interesting. Solidified everything, actually, right? Especially now that we know that supposedly, allegedly, Candace is her BFF. That's just, I mean, that's what I got from that whole post on her about section on her Facebook that says, you know, especially, she says, quote, especially the one person who I've found of late that I think may be my twin from a past life. LOL. Even if she is the most stalked person I have ever met. LOL. I wouldn't trade her for love nor money. Her friendship has meant the most to me, and I'm sure what I would do with, and I'm not sure what I would do without her, or our talks at 4 a.m. when my head won't stop turning and obsessing. That's Jody Sue's Facebook about section. The one who is the neighbor releasing all this info about a scream. Okay, so let's go on to this article. This is a long live, so that's why I keep referring to this. You know, I know many of you have heard about this about section on Jody's Facebook, but it's very interesting. Extremely interesting. Oh, whoa. Sorry, just got another email. Okay, let's go over this article real quick. Thanks for the person that emailed me the stuff on this Jody character. I don't know what I think now. At first, I didn't have any type of like weird feelings about her. Really, I at all. Now that over what we've learned over the past 3 hours, and then I'm getting emailed things that you guys are saying. I couldn't remember if she stated that she had cancer, but now I'm getting emails of, I don't know how they got it though, so can't say. I wish they would have. I asked them, saying that that's not true, and there's a medical document to prove it, which is weird, but okay. So this is all the way back from, I know it's from February 12th, 2013, but it was updated July 1st, 2020. I don't know what was updated, probably information about these people that were arrested and their convictions. "32 convicted in a federal drug trafficking probe." Once again, this article was shown on Scott H's channel and from True Crime Commentary. So really, it doesn't matter much what's said up here, except it's mentioning, says prior to a massive federal drug roundup at Beach Creek last July, there were drug overdoses almost weekly in the rural Hawkins County community. So almost weekly, they were having drug overdoses in Beach Creek in 2013 or probably 2012. Following a series of federal drug indictments and arrests in July 2012, however, Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson said that the overdose rate in Beach Creek has dropped off to almost nothing. On Wednesday, U.S. Attorney William Killian held a press conference in Rogersville to announce that 32 federal drug suspects who were the target of a 4-year investigation had pleaded guilty on drug distribution charges in connection with those federal indictments. Those defendants are now awaiting sentencing. The investigation began in 2009 and targeted suspects in Hawkins, Greene, Sullivan counties who were trafficking large quantities of cocaine, marijuana supplied by a drug trafficking organization in North Carolina. So it's not so much the information here that we're reading right now. It's like who was arrested, okay, in this whole situation. The Beach Creek connection was allegedly distributing large quantities of oxycodone pills initially obtained from Nevada and later from a pain clinic near Atlanta. Authorities said Charles T. Lang, a part-time Beach Creek resident, opened the Liberty Wellness Pain Clinic in Norcross, Georgia in 2010 and began using the clinic to obtain oxycodone for distribution in East Tennessee. In April 2012, the Federal Drug Enforcement Administration in Georgia raided the clinic and shut it down. Overall, the investigation netted more than 300 pounds of cocaine, more than 16,000 pounds of marijuana, and more than 20,000 oxycodone pills, and $2.5 million in cash. Of those 32 federal guilty pleas, 23 were either permanent residents of Hawkins County or lived there at some point during the investigation. This illustrates the impact that drugs can have on a community, Lawson told the Times News. As a result of this investigation and aggressive prosecution, we went from almost weekly overdoses to virtually none since these federal indictments were handed down in July. These defendants brought this plague into our community and profited while lives of their neighbors, their friends, and even their own family members were being destroyed. Lawson added, "We haven't finished in Beach Creek or other locations throughout the county. But we can say that as a result of this investigation, Beach Creek is a safer place." Okay, so now to the interesting information. The 32 defendants who pleaded guilty include William A. Lawson, Randall Michael Lawson, James Light, Kenneth A. Lawson, Tia L. Lawson, Aaliyah Maria Camacho Garcia, Brock A. Lawson, Jeffrey Bledsoe, Jessica L. Lawson, Charles T. Lang, Jackie D. Dykes, Michael L. Dykes, Lauren L. Lausel, Lisa Crawford, Virginia D. Ginger Light, Asa Kermit M. Calhoun, Steve A. Gooch, Jonathan Light, Jeremy Light, Michael Dykes, Daniel Dykes, Christy Dykes, Levi Love, Shandita M. Compton, Jessica Bernard, Cody A. Arnold, Joyce L. Malone, Christopher Tipton, Abby Armstrong, Amanda Bernard, Christy Arce, and Marvin Neil Sutherland. Randall Michael Lawson faces a mandatory term of 20 years in prison and a maximum fine of $20 million. William A. Lawson, Kenneth A. Lawson, T.L. Lawson, Brock A. Lawson, and Jessica L. Lawson each face mandatory terms of 10 years in prison and a maximum fines of $10 million. James Light, Aaliyah Maria Camaco, Garcia, and Jeffrey Bledsoe each face mandatory terms of 5 years in prison, maximum fines of $5 million. The remaining individuals each face maximum terms of 20 years in prison and maximum fines of $1 million. Additionally, Lang and Jeffrey Bledsoe both face consecutive terms of 5 years for firearms charges. Killian praised the efforts of the sheriff's department, blah, blah, blah. So the interesting information was all those, especially like Lawson. I mean, is that weird? We have, hold on one second. Okay, so does anybody find that really interesting? All those, so it's funny, they're interviewing Sheriff Lawson, but then you go down here and probably half of these people are his relatives. William Lawson, Randall Lawson, and then we also have Light. You guys remember Frank Light? Like a lot of people have wondered, have thought, wasn't it Frank Light, that some people were looking into because he's a sex offender? A lot of people wondered his possible involvement. I find it really strange, all these, like, but I'm sure Scott has more. I'm waiting to see some more updates on this situation because I'm sure there's a reason beyond just these arrests back in 2012. Somehow he ties it into the Summer Wells case. Oh, thank you, Mary Red. Yeah, I thought it was weird. They're sitting there interviewing Ronnie Lawson, and then it's like half these people are Lawsons. Right? Ziggy, will you say one for Chris, or oh my gosh, did I just really say Chris Watts? Will you say one for Candace Watts or two for Don Watts being related to the Sheriff Lawson? I can't take this crowd. I am getting whiplash. So what do you mean? Like, who's related? Does anybody know? If you know, like, press 1 for Candace Wells or 2 for Don Wells as far as being related to Sheriff Lawson. Because there's some kind of talk with that. I don't know. If anybody knows, press 1 for Candace Wells being related or 2 for Don Wells being related to. Is it Don? I figured it was probably Don. I think. I don't know, though, because they also mentioned something about Wisconsin. Like Scott was mentioning something about Wisconsin and some type of relation to Rogersville, and Candace is the one from Wisconsin. I asked if the sheriff was related to Don last night, and Penny said he was his distant cousin by marriage. By marriage, and that means that Candace was related, right? Gwen says neither because it was step-grandmother's land. Maybe this woman is coming out now because TV, I have had the information for a while, and she just felt like she had to come out and speak. I don't know if I believe her 100%, but Don is a problem. Well, yeah, Don's definitely a problem. In the beginning, the biker crew that came to remove H had said they felt that Lawson was involved and how cold-shouldered he was towards him. I remember that, Starbright. I remember that. I'm on the West Coast, and a girl I went to school with was named after her mom. To me, it was cringe when females. Well, it's pretty extra cringe because in this family with Dawn and Candace, because for one, like somebody needs to make a list. Maybe I'll work on that, but my memory is horrible. Of all the similar names in both of these families, and also all the sex offenders and both sides. Like, most families might have one sex offender, maybe, or some guy who slept with a girl who was, a little too young. But Don and Candace have, like, people into, like, young kids in their family. I don't know. Like, way too many of them. Like, we've got Don, and Don. So, like, Don Sr., Don, Junior, and then Don Junior. How do you say that? Then you got Candace and Candace Sr. And then Candace Jr. Holy! Because Candace had a daughter named Candace also. Then you've got Jeannie, because it was so confusing, and I got some people, when they were talking about in a video I did on Jeannie, Candace's sister, because we had somebody on here that I had spoke to who knew Candace's sister and who had witnessed her saying that she killed her sister, Rose Bly. I had comments saying, oh, this is so wrong. This girl's lying because Jeannie is Dawn's sister, not Candace's. No, they both have sisters named Jeannie. Let's see, with some other similar names. Or same names. We've got Rose, the sister, and then we got Rose, the friend. What other similar names? Same names. They don't have to be family, but like, like Rose Bly, and then Rose, the family friend of Candace, and more than one Andrew. Good. That's another good catch, Bridget. Then we have Andrew, Candace's son. And then Andrew, his father. His father's name's Andrew also. I'm sure there's more. Can't think of anything. You still couldn't figure out how to join? I don't know. Just this other thing, I'm in the heart of Dixie. My family did want me to give my fourth daughter my name, or one of my sisters, not first daughter. I gave them their own names, even my son. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know. It's like my boyfriend's father's his name, and he has a son his name too. But it goes beyond that. There's all it's on both sides, and it's just weird. I don't know. It's not that weird, but it's, it grabs your attention. Don's mom was married to that side of the family, so it's Don's step cousin on his stepdad's side. So Don's mom was married to So you're talking about Ronnie Lawson, how he might be related? I mean, probably is related, because it sounds like possibly Ronnie Lawson is, families lived there a while. Because look at all these Lawsons on the screen in this article. So it's like Lawson is a, name that's been around Rogersville for a while. So they probably are related some way. Yeah, it is definitely a generational curse on both sides of the family. Like, holy crap. Yeah, you'll maybe next time if you can't figure it out today. I'm not naming a kid after me. Well, I don't hear very many girls that are named the same name as their mother, but it's not that weird. Summer could be daughter, cousin, granddaughter, and niece. Wouldn't be surprised. Daughter, cousin, granddaughter, and niece to Dawn. Mally's Lady is getting my attention. I want to read a title. Summer has been found, right? And here we are. It's 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time almost, and she hasn't been found yet. And one thing I didn't agree on in that video we watched from TBI, it's like she says, "Oh, imagine how frustrated you guys are with her not being found. Just think we're even more frustrated." It's like, I don't think so. I don't think that's possible. Some of us have been really, I know that they're on this case and stuff, but they've got other cases besides Summer Wells. Like, many of us have lived, breathed, and, the Summer Wells for the last 3+ months. And that's all we've talked about as far as any cases. I guarantee there's many of us who are much more frustrated than TBI is about her not being found yet. But I can tell you this. Dawn and Candace isn't one of them. TBI is probably more frustrated about Candace, or about Summer not being found, than Dawn and Candace. They don't want her found, because then that's going to give evidence in what happened to her. Yeah, they don't have emotional investment, because they want her home, because they want people to stay off their they want people to leave them alone about finding Summer, because it's caught so much attention. But they're taught not to have emotional, over time they see horrible things, horrible cases. You develop a type of, what is it called? Like, where you get used to seeing horrible things. So, you know, I mean, maybe when you first get into law enforcement, it affects you emotionally. But, you know, just like doctors that see people die, my mom's brother is a doctor, and he is so emotionally like dead. It's crazy. Yeah, I wish they would. I mean, I feel like if when your daughter's missing, like you would do anything, even if you were against psychics, you would try everything. Carly Trent lived at 110 Ben Hill Road at the same time. What? What? Are you serious? Carly Trent lived at 110 Ben Hill Road at the time she was kidnapped. I guess it's true what they say, birds of a feather flock together, but if you think about it, Don would feel right at home in pedophile ring. He would have his pick of the litter. And I heard, like, I haven't been able to, I did, the other day we pulled up a map on TBI of all the pedophiles that are around the area of 110 Ben Hill Road. And then we started going through on Candace's Facebook that, you know, her friends list. And I started looking up all these names of pedophiles and see if she had any of the pedophiles on her friends list or any of their family. Like she has a Jacob Light. She had a couple that looked like they could probably be family to the pedophiles we pulled up. But I have heard people who have done the work and stuff say that Don and Candace have, now Don's friends list is now private, but it didn't used to be. There, people that have done the work that really looked into it have said that Don and Candace have like a ridiculous amount of pedophiles in their friends list. I mean, I guess that makes sense when your family is full of them, you know? So them trying to pull off, make it seem like, oh, we just hang out with good church people. That's not true at all. First of all, we've seen Christopher Marcos in pictures over there. That guy is the biggest weirdo of them all. That guy's sick. Yeah, I don't care if you don't believe in psychics. You're going to try psychic. You lose your kid. Your only, I mean, not really only daughter, but the only one that's in your life, really. You will do anything to find them. You will talk to mediums just to be able to get the chance to feel like you're connecting with them. I don't care how religious you are. I don't know. I'm sure there's some that wouldn't, but Don isn't one of them. I'm sorry. Don is not one of, no. It's fake. He's not religious. No. Yeah. I want to hear more about Carly Trent because Don said he talked to that girl before. He did? Ew. Right. I don't think any of us act like Luells. There's no way. And then there's two of them in one house. We got Don and Candace together. Like, how can two people... I don't know. When you can't imagine just one person existing in the world like Dawn, like not caring that their daughter's gone, not showing emotion, then you see Candace acting the exact same way. It's like, how is there two people in the world like this? And they're together. So I do want to hear more about this Carly Trent girl. I didn't know that she lived at 110 Mid Hill Road. Carly. Because I thought that she lived at 110 Ben Hill Road, because I thought that that property's been in the family for a while. People living at Rogersville. Well, we know Candace Bly, obviously, and 110 Ben Hill Road. William Goad, Karen Goad, Margie Vanderveen. Oh, guys, wait here. Okay, let me make sure that you guys can see this good. So look at this. I know you can't really see it very well. Let me see if I can make it bigger. So I just put in, this is 110 people Ben Hill Road. Like, a lot of times these aren't like the most accurate, but I mean, it's accurate from what we know. Says the most recent tenant is Candace Bly. Past residents include Don Wells, Candace Harrer, Don Wells, William Goad, and Karen Goad. So we go down here. Past addresses of supposed Candace Bly: Fayetteville, Arizona, or Arkansas, Wisconsin, Missouri, Oklahoma. Relatives: Rosemary Bly, D. Wells, Celeste Labs. Okay. Don, Arkansas, Tennessee, Arkansas. So, but look at this. Wait, let's Candace Harrer. But look, these are supposed people that have lived up to 110 Ben Hill Road. William Goad, Karen Goad. Then we get to a Margie Vanderveen, Clyda Trent. So you're telling me not only has there been two people missing in the Wells family, Rosemary Bly and Summer Wells, but that also there's been two people missing from this same property, Summer Wells and Carly Trent. From Utah. So Carly Trent lived here with what? Is this a grandparent? I find that very interesting. They found Carly Trent, right, though? But still, way too many people in these same families going missing. And then the same property, people going missing. Right. And Rose Marie Bly is missing. Yeah, kidnapped by her uncle. You're correct. That's right. I remember now. I didn't know she lived at 110 Ben Hill Road. Who found her? Really? Okay. So, was it somebody related to Ronnie Lawson? Because once again, we have a Lawson name. Here, let me show you. On May 12th, two Hawkins County residents, Donnie Lawson and Stuart Franklin, were checking property owned by one of them when they found Simpson and Carly deep in the woods off D. Board Road. A Donnie Lawson. One man held Simpson at gunpoint while the other called 911 and rescued Carly. Ew, he looks so gross. Freaking sick. Trace that Lawson to the Lawson in an office now. Right? Are they related? I'm sure they are. Donnie Lawson. Let's see. Actually, let's look. Wait, what's this? What's Officer Lawson's first name again? Ew. So she was found on the sheriff's property? Ronnie and Donnie, right? It's Ron. Okay, Ronnie. Are they brothers? Wait, hold on. Let's do Rogersville. see what you guys are saying. Bet you had fun in prison with that mug and right? Twins. So let's see. Donnie, let's look up his name's Donnie Lawson. Okay. Let's do this. Let's look up let's see if I can find Donnie Lawson on Facebook. Probably not, because it looks like he's... I guess I probably better go off the screen since it's, even though it's probably not correct info anyways. Donnie G. Lawson. Or maybe I could do this so that I'm not supposedly doxing and stuff, even though it's public info and not correct, I'm sure. Relatives. Gladys Lawson. Shannon Lawson. Macy Lawson. Let's look up Ronnie Lawson. Yeah. Ronnie Lawson, Rogersville, Tennessee. Here. Related to Brandon Lawson, Gary Lawson, Rita Lawson, Elizabeth Lawson. Dana Stambaugh, Joe Lawson, Robert Lawson, Brandon Lawson. Let's see. So here, let me show this. So is there a Donnie on here? They all have. Not seeing, but that doesn't mean that there's not anybody that he's not related to Donnie, but it's not on this. I don't know if that really. It's probably Wilson, Shelton. Yeah, so I don't know. You guys got me down a rabbit hole now. The Lawsons go back in this census of Hawkins County to 1830. I bet they are all related. Yeah, it's probably Donald, like you said. The Mary is. It's. Is there? I mean. Interesting. Not sure. So, let's see if I got an email back from. I did get. The name of them. So, I guess we could play a little bit more of this. Well, that was what I had pulled up was Ronnie's name on one of those, I was looking at his supposed possible relatives. I was looking to see if I could see a Donald or a Donnie or a Don. And I didn't see one. I just see there's no, but that doesn't mean these sites aren't, ever half the time they're not accurate. And it's just what is. I am curious though now, just because there seems to be a lot of things that kind of overlap, which is very curious. Odd. So let's see. Let's pull back up this, see if she says any other interesting things to comment on.
So, and so for weeks, even after the property sale, there were still people showing up, blah, blah, blah. So it was always something for those few weeks. And, but like I said, that day was quiet. The kids and I were joking though, being pretty boisterous and loud. And I people. And that's my blanket. And so we were kind of over talking one another. Really happy that day, as I recall. Just like joking about all kinds of different stuff. And so there was no fan, there was no AC, there was no TV on. The cabin doors, windows were open. And there were a few points in there where noises brought me out. And one particular moment was hearing a door slam just once. And we went out, my son and I thought one of the survey lines was down, like it had been cut or something that I had run. And a surveyor that had been with me checked in and made sure we run some of them. So anyway, my son checks them and there was a branch on one. So he was cool enough to take it off for me. And then I was like, do you see the tires down there in the parking spot? It looks like they've been moved. And so he went all the way down and, at the very edge of the bank, he was like, no, Mom, they're fine. It doesn't look like they've been moved from earlier whenever we've been out there. Because like I said, it'd been quite a few times throughout the day. And so then, and I feel like I'm pretty sure on this. I've asked for help often, but I feel like during this period is when we also heard a car and seen a car, but there was something wrong with it. Because these were the two major things for me that I think back on, was that door slam, and then at a point hearing and seeing a flash of red go up Candace and Dawn's driveway. There was something wrong with it, to the point to where it's not something I would normally, that's how I know that there was something wrong with it, is because on a normal day, I would have never asked him, who was that? But I think I asked because the flash of red was wrong. And in my head, like it had no clear coat to it. The red was more maroon than bright.
So
But
it
because
wasn't
of
like
the way I was
Candace's
standing,
Subaru red. It
yeah,
wasn't
not
Candace's
like
Subaru red. Nothing like that. It was more of an old color.
I wouldn't say
Darker color.
old or decrepit or anything. I would say that it lacked a clear coat shine. And then on top of that, I remember thinking like that wasn't right because I know their cars. It's like I know that the little white truck, you know, there's a run and go first, the gravel sounds different in the road down there. I know Candace's mom's Suburban when it goes up, and the back is a little heavier. I can, you know, I know the noises. And then Candace's Subaru does like a 2.5 thing before it gains the traction and it swaps over to whatever particular traction control that Subaru has. And so to me, it didn't sound right. It also did not complete the curve. Like there is a way you go back there. So I was like, well, okay, well, maybe it's just where they had to pull in further back. But it didn't even go far enough for that in my head. And I thought that's a little odd, but maybe they're, you know, I just, you know, but when I asked my son and he goes, it's the neighbors, and he was kind of down into my right and I was up into his left. So I was a little further up, the foliage kind of stuff. So I, you know, I said, we have a view, but I think he also assumed because of the red, it was just the neighbors. And that's what he kind of says is he just assumed. So that's what he told me. And we didn't think anything else about it. We went on back up to the cabin and whatever. And then not long after that, you know, I started, I mean, and then in between all of these things that day, as we're sitting there, I mean, we were joking, laughing, being loud. And what happens is, I mean, we're being really loud. There is this scream, and it just kind of stops us all. I mean, it was such a weird and loud and bright sound that it stopped us all cold. It immediately hit me in the stomach. And we looked at each other, and I was like, what is that? What was it? You know, and the kids made it go, well, it's the kids. Or it was the kids. And I was like, no, it's not, because my first thought is, it's the boys. It was not, it's summer. Because in my head, I know, because you think, well, kids play, and you think picking on each other, you think something, right? Your thought is not, and Summer's never down that low. You don't hear her like that. I mean, I do hear her. You'll hear when they're all revved up and like, you know, whatever, and things, but not like the boys, because the boys play out further and, you know, they're a little bit more boisterous and things. But I'm like, that's not the kids, you know, and because my first thought is the boys, not Summer. And so, but my daughter makes it up first, and she gets to the cabin doors first. She sticks her head out, and she's like, yeah, Mom, it's the kids. I can still hear it. And she's like, it's muffled. Those were her words from the get-go, and they remain so. And the way she was still hearing it was like it was muffled, and then she said she could hear like a car or something, and then it was still muffled like it was leaving the road. And so it just, and I tried to dismiss it. I was like, they had to be like, even though I knew the cutters and 3 people had cut out at 3, I was like, you know, that door slam we heard, like it had to be, you know, like one of Candace's dogs getting too close to that, whoever it was, they had slammed the door and they've kicked them. They've done whatever. But I knew it wasn't a dog. I knew it wasn't, you know, you don't live in places like we do and not know your animal sounds. But I didn't know what else to, and I gotta tell you, it's
We just chalked it up to the boys playing, and maybe they were fighting or doing something, and just
not
maybe
even
they're
that.
down.
I knew better than it being that as well. You know, and that's why I said that's not the kids, because it wasn't one of the sounds the boys make. It was not theirs, and I knew that immediately. It wasn't the right tone for it. It wasn't them. That's why I said, no, it's not. When they said, you know, it's the kids, I was like, no, it's not. Because I knew their tones. I knew this not to be any of the boys.
Do you guys find it interesting, though, that she says that maybe one of the dogs were accidentally kicked? Like, is that something she hears often, dogs being kicked and hurt? Because she immediately discounts it being the boys. And if you guys weren't here earlier, and why we're now starting to question this lady, it's just because when at first I wasn't. I mean, I've been on here 4 hours. That's how much I get like involved in this case. Because she has on her Facebook a who was not here. Press 1 if you saw and heard about, have already, you know, heard me mention about her little about section on her Facebook. Press 2 if you have no idea what I'm talking about, because if you have, I want to see if there's people here that haven't, because I don't want to keep like showing things that you've already seen. But it was kind of highly sus that it kind of made me change my opinion. So there's 2. There's the few 2. You guys, none of you guys know what I'm talking about? Holy. Okay, let's show it then, because there's way too many 2s for comfort. This is on her about section that I was sent by Guacamole, who noticed it. For some reason, I can't see this on my end, but I know it's from her Facebook because I see all this info above it. I don't know if I should read the whole thing because it's not really, well, refresh us. Okay. So if you guys watch this girl's like YouTube where when she released this information about the scream and everything, she kind of references how she just got out of an abusive relationship and now she doesn't live at 125 Ben Hill Road, which is no longer so she's no longer a neighbor of Candace. And she kind of also references that maybe Candace was going through the same thing. She doesn't come out and directly say that, but she mentioned that. I mean, the way she insinuates that they were both in bad relationships and going through similar situations on their own hills. So somebody sends me this because, they had looked into her, because you want to always look into the person you're getting information on, see if it's something you can trust, because some people were saying, oh, I bet they're friends. I bet she's friends with Candace. I was like, no, I was thinking, no, I believe her account of the stories. I just don't believe that Candace and Dawn, when they came down, yelling about Summer being missing, I thought it was just for show to make it so there'd be witnesses who could be like, oh, look, yeah, we saw Candace all upset. So somebody found this. I guess I'll go ahead and just read the whole thing. Just note that the important part isn't till the very end here, the last 4 or 5 sentences. But it is important to read the whole thing just because it gives context into showing that this was probably written recently, because it sounds like it's coming from somebody who just got out of a bad relationship. I don't know. Listen and take, you decide for yourself. Love me or hate me, I'm just me. I'm nobody's puppet. I'm nobody's fool. I don't play well with others, but I'm fiercely loyal to those that I do play well with. I'm odd, sarcastic, a pain in the ass. I'm not a girly girl, and I don't want to be. Living life my way. I'm a spontaneous person with a penchant for happy places and people. I don't like drama or people who are angry all the time. I can have a really bad temper myself, and I don't need other people around me that bring it out. I'm mostly laid back and calm. I enjoy my life better that way. I love my children more than life itself, and I don't need to get up in any more craziness that can get me taken away. My kids are all I have, and I'm all they have. I want them to have a better life, childhood than I did. Not this craziness. I'm trying to right the wrong things that have happened, and I'm trying my best to replace these awful memories in their heads with happier ones. Side note from me, not this. So I take that sentence possibly that she, had just got out of this relationship that she kind of references on this video. And that's what makes me think this is written recently, within the last few months, because she lived at 125 Ben Hill with this abusive person, just, when Summer was there. Anyways, continue. I'm going to continue read now. So like I said, stay away from me if you can't be a normal, non-drug using freak. My mama bear will come out and eat you alive if not. I'm thinking about going to church, but I'm not sure yet. Side note, wonder where she's got the idea of going to church. Anyways, you would think with uncles that are preachers and have churches that would be a no-brainer, but it's not. I know who I am, where I want to go in life. I just have to wait until all the crazy stuff gets done with me before I can move out of stasis and move on with my life and restart my goals. I want to just have I want to just have peace in my life, love in mine and my children's hearts and lives again. I don't need any more crazy psychotic men in my life. So if that's you, back away now. Side note, once again, that shows that she just got out of a relationship because she says, I don't need any more crazy psychotic men in my life. So if that's you, back away now. Because she was in a relationship when she lived on 125 Ben Hill Road. As Candace's neighbor. Okay. Gonna continue. We're getting to the most important part here. The friends I have are some of the greatest anyone could ask for, and I'm glad they have stuck by me through this with me. They're the only ones who can grasp the situation and know the entire truth of it all. They cry foul for me, so I don't have to. They laugh with me to try to make things brighter. They take some of the burden off of me so I can lift my head and see the sun. I love you guys and I appreciate the things you have done and the countless ways you have been there for me. You will never know how much it has meant. Side note, very, very important part coming up right now. Especially the one person who I've found of late that I think may be my twin from a past life. LOL. Even if she is the most stalked person I have ever met. LOL. I wouldn't trade her for love nor money. Her friendship has meant the most to me, and I'm not sure what I would do without her and our talks at 4 a.m. when my head won't stop turning and obsessing. Okay, so that was the end of that. I might have never thought anything of this paragraph. Except she says her new bestie is the most stalked person she has ever met. Doesn't make any of you guys think that she's talking about Candace? If Candace was your best friend, wouldn't she be the most stalked person you have ever met? So now we have to take everything she's saying in these videos and stuff with a grain of salt because now we know she's more than likely Candace's new bestie. Right? Mic drop. That's what we said earlier. I said earlier, I was like, mic drop. How do we know it's Candace? Well, I mean, you have to, I guess not for 100%, but I'm 90% convinced when she says, even if she's the most stalked person I have ever met. And she says, especially the one person who I found of late that I think may be my twin from a past life. LOL. Even if she is the most stalked person I have ever met. Find that interesting. You don't think, I mean, I don't know. That screams Candace to me, but her friends list is not it's private, so I can't see. But I do know Candace hasn't really been on Facebook much the past couple months, so. Well, stalked by whom? Like, everybody who wants to know where Summer is. Probably, but it sounds like this situation, because she says, when she says that this is her new best friend that she just found, that she's just like, so basically they probably started talking and getting to know each other when this whole thing with Summer happened. because she goes, this whole scream she heard supposedly or whatever that just came out, by the way, like a month ago when Dawn mentioned it. It's probably I hope to God this person's not just making this up to try to make Dawn and Candace look better. Just like she says, like in her on these videos, she says, "Oh, that I don't believe that Candace and the boys have anything to do with this." Well, of course I don't believe the boys had anything to do with it, but she mentions it's Candace. She doesn't say Dawn. Because she's like, if you would have saw Candace's face. But before somebody sent this to me anyways, I was like, well, we all know that Candace is can easily fool people. That could have been all staged. Her coming down the driveway and talking to Dawn and knowing that, she was going to be running into her neighbors. I believed that, Radmilla, at first. I really, really, truly did, until an hour or two ago when somebody sent me this during this live. You can watch how it played out, because I don't know anybody who has 4 hours in their day to really watch this back. But when I first started it, I thought that this was completely her truth. It's just what she believes, and I thought she truly believed it. But now that I see that it looks like she's besties with Candace, well, which many people were already saying before I got this sent to me. Many people were already saying that they believe they're friends. And I was like, And I got this, and I'm like, oh yeah, she's talking about Candace here. Yeah. Another prop. Yeah, I think so. I think this, but everybody has their own opinions, and I understand, like, if you haven't watched her whole YouTube video, which is very long too, it's like, we're watching this when she came on this lady's panel right now, but it was, you have to watch her, what she released, all those, about the scream and stuff that she heard, which, by the way, only was mentioned like a month ago by Dawn. I totally understand if she didn't want to come out with it until now. That's totally fine. But Dawn, like, he's been talking since, he's been the family spokesperson, and a scream would be perfect for his supposed reasoning of what happened to Summer. A scream would totally help his supposed abduction theory. So how do we know this scream thing isn't something that just was, now this Jody Sue person is covering for her? I don't know. Candace has friends. So, yeah, I don't know. I would have a hard time changing my mind that she's not talking about Candace in that, just in on her about section of her Facebook. Sure sounds like Candace when you talked about the most stalked person she's ever met. She's going to be stalked because a lot of people think that she did something this summer. Maybe she's Dawn's bit on the side.
How much longer after that? Just take a deep breath, honey. It's not your fault. Don't do that to yourself. Please don't do that to yourself. I see it in your face. Don't do that to yourself. Don't make me cry. I'm squelching.
Look, I have moments every day, and I'm not a what if or a I could have person, but this is
hard.
This is one of those, like, I've done it almost every day. I'm getting a little better at it, but it's like I feel like because of what was going on with the property at the time and the things that were happening over there with us, like the survey stuff and me running lines and the tires, placing those in a spot that if somebody was watching it had blocked them from doing so. I feel like they've seen this flurry of activity, and they, like us, may not have known that property was for sale. So had it been left alone until the last minute when whoever showed up, they would have never known. And then the access to Summer or their watching spots would have blocked off like that day one, second one, and they'd never had a chance. But where they saw me moving on the banks and all the flurry of movement and the trespassing and posted signs and the tires going up, they knew something was wrong. Time was running out, and felt like they had a limited window. And I feel like I could have potentially pushed up whatever happened to Summer, and it moved these people's timeline up, and it is not a good feeling in my soul.
I understand that.
And it's like, I know with the screen, it's like I couldn't have gotten down the hill in a quick enough period to have done anything in the shape I was in at that point.
Right.
But I could have gotten far enough down, I think, to have seen something had I immediately jetted out. Maybe I could have at least heard what type of engine or something. You know, I don't know. It's every day, what if?
Right. I have a lot of those what ifs too. And we can't do that to ourselves. But what we are allowed is to put our voice out here without it being deleted and us being blocked for putting our voice out here and telling the truth about the community and things and events. From the moment that you heard that scream until, how did you find out that Summer was missing, and how long after that scream that you heard was it that you found out that Summer was missing?
The scream happened. There was a message between and I'm just going to refer to him as Baltimore because it's easier for me right now.
I understand.
And I know it sounds childish and weird, but I'm just having. So anyway, so there was messages between him and I. He had asked, well, we were outside on the banks, but it was 4:52 that I responded, and it was, I'm sitting here with kids doing whatever, and that was at 4:52. But I knew that we'd been out on the bank for a little while, so I knew that the scream happened. I've kind of always placed it at like 4:42. Could have been as early as 4:30 because I'm not sure exactly how long we were out on the bank after the scream. So somewhere between 4:30, 4:42, the scream happened. And then I responded to Baltimore around 4:52. And then I usually got off around 5:30 and was in by 6. However, he was supposedly working late that day and was running behind. And so he had messaged that he was going to be late. And so I had already gotten ready because I'd expected a 5:30, 6 o'clock timeline. So when he messaged, I was like, well, it's okay, it's fine. I'm just going to go ahead and go on down because, and I think he'd messaged and was like, well, I'll be on my way in a minute. And I was like, well, okay. And I knew from that point forward, it would be less than 30 minutes, but around the 30-minute mark before he made it to the house. So I was going to walk down the driveway, meet him, and then continue on doing what we needed to do for the evening. And so at the top of our driveway, we lose Wi-Fi signal at a curve right before you start the descent. So I sent the last message to him saying, well, I'm going to go ahead and go on down to where I'm going to mess with my flowers till you get here. At this point, I started hearing Candace. I think that was around 6. I started hearing Candace holler for Summer. And I knew by, around the third call, something was really not okay. Like and the more she called as I went down the driveway, it was definitely not okay. And I reached the bottom. The boys are starting, and I'm like, this is wrong. I immediately started clicking after the third call in my head. Anyways, I was going down the driveway, and she reached that third call, and Summer hadn't answered. I knew, and I started putting together the scream with, and I'm like, oh no, and then more calls for Summer from the boys and Candace. And so at the bottom, I dropped my purse. I'm trying to holler. I start looking as I get to the bottom of her driveway and things. I try to scream up at her, and she can't hear me, and it was wasting time. And so I quit trying to get a hold of Candace by screaming and just went looking for Summer. And so I'm looking in the creeks, the tiles start to enter the creek on the left side, and I hear Candace come down the driveway, starting to him. What I think was her with somebody in the car talking to him, but it turns out it was actually Donnie on the phone with her. Oh, and so I jumped back out of the creek, Candace, and into the roadway, and Candace stops at me and she was like, Summer's missing, Summer's missing. I was like, I know, I heard her scream. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. And then Donnie pops up on the phone and is like, so you're telling me somebody's taking, and I was like, I'm sorry, I didn't know. And I'd asked, where the last place you saw Summer was. It was all kind of, just in there together, right? And I mean, her face was just, if I had a way to go back in time and take a picture of her face or video, I would most certainly do so. Because I know that, there's no way. And I know the optics, and I know the internet stuff that's happened, and I know that it's giving people the wrong impression. And I know there are days, where the internet's eating them alive. And I think there's, I mean, like, if I was a PR rep, I would maybe fire them on some days. That's all I'm saying. But I think that maybe they're fighting back in the best way they know how, and just so tired of the internet. I don't know. But what I know is that I've known her long enough to know when she's, I'm telling you, her face that day, any parent would have looked at it. I mean, any normal person and seen that this wasn't fake. And I knew because of what she was risking by calling the police that day, that right there, that in itself speaks volumes.
There's a lot of people that says that Candace and Dawn did not show the typical emotion that a parent would when their child goes missing. They did not, in my opinion, they had time to recoup their. Go ahead.
I don't think, and everybody from the beginning, right? Because the most famous thing right here is Boswell, right? It's been, oh, this is another Boswell. Look at this, and they're talking past tense. But to me, there was always a difference. Boswell, I can tell you that even I was like, oh, that's bad past tense, and that's real bad body language and things like that. We all knew that Boswell was guilty of sin, like anybody that can read people could,
Yes.
But with Candace
and she took so long to report her child missing too.
that as
She
well,
did not.
among other
She,
things, yeah.
yeah.
But Candace and Donnie, I think a lot of people project on others what they themselves think they would do in those situations or how they would act. I also think most people don't come from, not everybody. I mean, a lot of people in our community, they've lived harder lives.
Absolutely.
And the past stories, and I mean, I get Donnie and Candace's past just like everybody else does. I understand it makes them look certain ways, but just because one thing's there doesn't mean it's necessarily. And I mean, honestly, as somebody, if I didn't know them, I'd be like, look at this, look at that, But and I'm trying to keep all those things separate, even for myself, because one thing I know in this situation does not mean another. So I mean, things can be separate, but for me, it's just because of sometimes when you lead lives like that and you've had a harder life and things, you're more of a realist, I think, and tendency for hope. But like I've said in my other video, the other videos did. As a parent, I'm not sure what you hope for in that situation, honestly. And I'm not sure. I mean, you always hope the best, right? You want to hope. You want to be like, well, they're just hurt here, or it's not what we think. You want that. But at a certain point, And then your options are, is my child being tormented for life? Like a little girl disappeared from Fall Branch here and for decades was kept in that Castro house up north of Ohio. That is absolutely, that's horrifying,
Yes, it is.
And then in the other way, it's still horrifying. You still lose them. You still, but maybe as a parent, you hope that it's over quick. I don't know because I've never been in that situation. I've been on the other side of it. I've been a little girl taken when I was not, much younger than Summer. And I was lucky because back then there was no John Walsh or anything. And I had.
Wow. So now she's been taken too. So that's crazy. So many people taken. And Rose has 4 children, which one of them is named Candace and one of them, Ginny, also. What? One of Rose's children is named Candace also? That's crazy. So I was trying to pull up something. I was hoping somebody would email me this. You guys, she was so bad abused. I'm looking at her Facebook. It's crazy. Like bloodied, like, oh my God, it's horrible. It's so sad. I mean, oh my God. Like I mean, she has blood running down her face in this. So she called him Voldemort, but okay, I thought she was saying Baltimore. On her Facebook, she calls her Voldemort. Voldemort. Like she has blood running down her face. It's really. Hold on. Look at that. Are you serious? He's using credit cards and bank cards fraudulently.
Remember, homicide is not not murder. So was there something that came through here tonight or today that led them to conclude that it wasn't an accidental death, that this was somebody one human who killed another human being, and that also too was an element of the puzzle here. So
well, all right. Well, I better get off here anyways, and it looks like some new developments in the I want to watch this about supposed. Oh yeah, she fensvers my daughter does not you piece of shit just got home from school and she's taking a nap. You fucking bitch. Sorry guys, I know that was really obscene. That's not even my freaking... Wow. You freaking psycho. They spelled my fucking daughter's name right in everything. They're stalking me. Janine, go away. You've got to be kidding me. I've said my daughter's name on here before, but people would not spell it exactly right like she did. That's Janine. And she's doing this because she's in a different country and she knows she can't get in trouble for it. She's stalking me. I just blocked her. She said, wow, 4-hour live. Who's taking care of Caitlin when you're on these lives? And how would you normally spell Caitlin? You would think, oh, maybe it's spelled like this. No, she spelled my daughter's name exactly correct. My daughter, you guys heard her come in. She just came in from school. I mean, she came in from school for 2 hours ago. And that's why I had to go silent for a second. She's sleeping right now. And my daughter is not a little child, okay? She's a teenager. You psycho. Sorry, I cussed like that, but I was so... That's that Janine girl. I blocked her. She's saying, why the lies? It's her screen name. What's her screen name? It was Why the Lies. Excuse me? What lies have we been speaking on? She's convinced that the info I got was like, I'm lying where I got it from or something. She's just so convinced that I got it from a psychic. And she's like even stalking people in this group. Like she sends me these crazy emails that like she sees Savannah Smiles like commenting on the same supposed person that I like this ancient knowledge girl's YouTube. It's so insane. Fucking, oh, dude, I'm pissed. Nobody's going to know the way I spell my daughter's name like that because I spell my daughter's name unique. So that means she's stalking me. And only a few of you guys would know my daughter's name because I try not to say it on here. Yeah, she's thinking there's some kind of conspiracy, like that the information I got, like she's mad because I don't understand. She's absolutely convinced that I got this information, the CPS info, which I didn't even, it's not, I guess it is CPS info, but she's convinced I got it from, and it's this Janine Morel girl. We finally blocked her the other day because she came in here and we were entertaining her. I was totally emailing her back and forth, and she's trying to explain to me, but she doesn't do it in a nice way. She's not nicely trying to explain to me why she believes the information I got is from the same person, or from this person named and she's knows this Pamela Sanchez person. It's all like related. She's convinced that I got my information from this certain person who is like a psychic who at this, I guess, ancient knowledge, who at the same time is like this person who goes around was mentioning the wolf rats, like the neighbor that was that mentioned the wolf rats or something. Then she's also, some of her evidence is because I had the lab up here, who the lab had an interview with the neighbor about these wolf rats or something. I have told her over and over and over that the person I spoke to is not the person she's talking about. And not an alt account of hers or nothing. I told her that. I don't know why she's mad because she thinks that I'm lying. I'm not lying. Doodle, this girl just came on here, said my daughter's name, said who's taking care of, and mentioned my daughter's name and spelled it exactly correct. When I spell my daughter's name uniquely, it's that Janine girl. When my daughter is a freaking teenager. I didn't get my freaking information from a psychic. I messaged this girl, and the information came out over time. Well, I don't know how else. If she's not stalking me, then how does she know how to spell my daughter's name exactly correct? And she's in a different country. That's why she's pushing the limit. Let me check the email. I didn't get an email yet for some reason. Hakuna? Did you accidentally send it to gmail.com instead of mail.com? Guys, I'm not going to go and... It's my email. It's not gmail.com. It's mail.com. I'm not going to say something happened a certain way just because this person's convinced that that's how it happened. It's not how it's happened. You're not going to sit there and try to explain to me in email after email. She was emailing me like 5 times a day, like email after email and after email, how it's this person. And I read them, and I was very open-minded at first to listening to what she had to say. But the person I spoke to did not say anything like she did not say anything about wolf rats and fast food and stuff like that. It's not the same person. Tell me why, if it was the same person who was pretending to be somebody associated with CPS, when I first messaged her, why she wouldn't tell me anything. Actually, it took like a couple weeks for her to tell me anything, like about the lie detector test and then the blood test, the drug screens. Then later on, when she finally, tells me about the, stuff, the other stuff, like that I, about the abuse, and that's why they were taken, which obviously, if your kid's taken from CPS, obviously you're abusing them. Then how come when I finally, this lady, you guys can read this screenshot, she said that I could share it. And at first she's like, I wish I could, get this info out, like, without getting me and my colleagues in trouble. How come when I put it out and it blew up, and everybody on YouTube was talking about it, how come she suddenly got scared and she's like, and she blocked me? If she wanted info out and she sees these people like the wolf rats that you're talking about, Janine, that wants to get out info, then why would she block me? She would keep telling me info. No, she's scared now because it got way more attention than I guess she expected. And she's afraid of getting in trouble. See, Pam, that's what happened. So that's part of the way she was able to get info about me. She searched my screen name on YouTube and read through every freaking comment I've ever made. And at one time I had a different screen name. But she was able to tell it was me because people would reply, when people reply to you, and they were tagging me and it was a different name. But how she found out who my daughter is and how to spell her name is extra creepy. It's one thing to like try to find info on people because I totally have. But to come on here and like, put out, creators' kids' names and stuff like purposely, when that's like, they're not a public like person. Like I'm not the center of a freaking, my child's not missing. In those cases, when you have which I don't think Don and Candace are victims. But in those situations, when you're highly sus like Don and Candace, your personal information is going to be out there. I don't know, Samantha. I don't know. I don't have the answers to everything, okay? All I know is that she got scared, okay? Somebody trying to get information out there is not going to freaking block the person because they don't want it out. Any more information out. Thank you so much. You too. Sorry, guys. I just had my food delivery from my daughter. You guys, during the day, my daughter's in school. Janine wouldn't freaking understand that because she's in a different time zone. So she's thinking that I'm live. My daughter's here. Well, she is now, but she's sleeping. She's not a freaking small child. Teenagers don't want anything to do with their parents. Like, they have their friends and own lives going on. You know what I mean? Yeah. Warrant for Brian Laundrie for for accessing bank card and accounts on the 1st. Wow. So was it money of... I'm going to have to go watch this stuff. That's why I have to... Oh, the warrant is your email? I told you I didn't get it. Oh, wait. Whoa. Yeah, I did. I just got it. Let's see. Open image, a new tab. I guess we can look at it even though this is not about... Why is it blurry though? Dang it. Let's see here. It's so blurry. It's not blurry here. Maybe if I... It's so blurry. I don't know. I don't know why it's blurry like it is, but here, I'll show it. I'll share what I can, but it's like so blurry. It says on, I'll read it to you guys, but I don't know if I'm going to be able, from on or about August 30th, 2020 through and including on or about September 1st in the District of Wyoming and elsewhere, the defendant, Brian Christopher Laundrie, knowingly and with intent to defraud, used one or more unauthorized access devices. Oh, guys. Namely, a Capital One bank debit card ending in 8774 and a personal identification number for Capital One bank account ending in, I can't see the number, and by which conduct obtained things of what aggregating things of value aggregating to 1,000 or more during that period, which affected something commerce. You guys, that account they're talking about is Gabby's. And I know that because her I read somewhere that she had capital, well, it's on her actually missing report. If you read her missing report, it shows that she had a Capital One credit and checking. So he accessed her account. So this is how they got the warrant from. I think that's great. So this is how they're going to try to lock him away and keep him and get him in jail without him being charged with murder yet. Because they have now proof that he used her accounts unlawfully after she was passed away. But yeah, how you can see proof that this was Gabby's account, which is, I don't know if it's out there. I'm guessing it's probably, somebody's already mentioned this. It's on her missing report that was typed up, where the one filled out by her mom, like it will say that her mom's name. It will say her, like she's 110 and like, I forget how tall. And it shows that her check that she had, accounts with Capital One, checking and credit. Interesting. I don't know how he's going to live on 1,000. I bet anything he got money from his parents. Yeah, smack that. Like, so basically, so the ones that were here, like, I'm going to be taking out for the replay, I'm going to be editing out the last 20 minutes of this just because of, we're not talking about summer right now. And also because I went on a little bit of a tangent and I was cussing and I feel bad about that. But, you can try to stalk me all you want. But, you know, bringing my daughter into it, any person that loves their kid is not going to go well. Yep. He returned to Florida on the 1st. So yeah, I don't know. 1,000 is not very much, but he's probably, I bet his family gave him some cash. He accessed that because, yeah, he needed money to survive off the grid. Exactly. And now that we are in a, you know, have this COVID situation, everybody's wearing masks, and he could just put a hat on and a mask and nobody's going to recognize him. He looks like many, many white guys out there. I mean, just look how close, I mean, he looks to Chris Watts or her stepdad. Gabby's stepdad. I mean, she had money, not him. Yeah, that van was in her name. Yep. Oh, that's so sweet, Kathy. After I just went on a yelling and was cussing, I feel bad about that, and I apologize to those of you guys that had to witness that. So there's a reason why I usually go live in the mornings after, you know, my child has gone to school. Today, I've been on here 5 hours. It's crazy. I never end up usually. I've been doing that lately, and it's not going to last forever, me doing that. It's just like I'm new to YouTube, and I'm sure I'll get tired of doing these long lives like all the time. I have other things going on, like very important things going on in my life. Unlike Janine, I'm sure she has nothing going for her in her life because she has all this time to freaking try to find out who I am. Girl power. Yeah, she's the person whose screen name, which is obviously Janine, because she's so passionate about this. And it's like, I'm not going to tell you what you're trying to say is just, or I'm not going to just say something because you're so passionate about it and that's how you feel. Like you're convinced. And I do believe Janine's absolutely convinced. I believe she believes what she's saying. Just like this lady, Jody. I believe she believes what she's saying, but she won't take my answer she won't take what I'm saying as, she just won't take it. Like, she just won't stop with that. She just does not believe I'm telling the truth. That, you know, I'm also passionate that I believe that when I say that I know for a fact that the information did not come from who she's saying. They don't speak the same. It's like basically these 3 people who are into like 3 different accounts she's talking about. They're all the same person. And I agree with her. The 3 people that she's saying, I can tell by the proof she sent me, are all the same people. But all she has to do is look at the screenshots and see it's completely different information that I was given than what this person about the wolf rats and stuff are saying. So she's also pretty much saying that the information that the lab put out about this interview with a neighbor is also false, that she's saying that that's not the person I got the info from, basically. Who she's also claiming to be a psychic or something, and also claiming to be these 3 different profiles on Facebook that none of them are the ones I was talking to. And the lady I was talking to had established Facebook with her credentials on her Facebook, some of them. And she had had that Facebook for a long time. And she does not have a 5-year-old son, like she claims. But anyways, why would they go on a weekend camping trip when Brian just returned from a cross-country camping trip unless they were helping him get out of town? Exactly. That was all like a... Oh my gosh, here we go. Here's another, probably Janine. You should have had consent to share emails, etc. That's exactly what Janine told me. Janine, you're psycho. Stop. This Janine's so mad that I shared her emails. That CPS shouldn't have hit YouTube either. Still seems fake and incorrect stuff in it. Get over it, Janine. We will just have to wait and see. I know. I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're correct about my person being the people you think that it's not who I talk to. You are so up Dawn and Candace's ass. It's fucking sickening. Get over it. God. Yeah, sure. But you can't. Yeah, sure, you're not Janine. But first thing you say is you should have consent to share emails. The same thing Janine said. She emailed and told me she was reporting me because I shared her email. Nobody else has said that. Nobody else has said anything about that. About emails. Except Janine. And then you come in here and tell me the same thing that Janine says. I don't know. That's pretty psycho too. Ernie, why is he in Canada? Like, I don't like Cher, but like, why is he stalking her up there? That's crazy. In realty, I don't know why you are so like, I don't know. I think so. I mean, I've never had anybody else say except Janine. Janine emailed me like 20 emails. I'm not even joking, in a like 2 or 3 period time. And I showed one of them because we kept trying to get her to come up here and explain where she was coming from. And I was totally willing to listen. But instead she emailed me a bunch of stuff. So I thought that she wanted me to show her side. Then I get an email right after I posted the email saying, I'm reporting you for showing my email. Nobody else has ever said anything about consent to share emails except Janine. And of course, we all know how she feels about the CPS stuff. I don't think he's really in Canada. He's just playing head games with shares. He's probably at Motel 6 in Kansas doing... Dude, the stuff that came out about him is insane. Like the videos, like where he's on the side of the road, and it's crazy. Like that's behavior of somebody who's on meth. Like, and you know, yeah, it could be one of Janine's friends because she has a couple that back her up. It's probably Pamela Sanchez or Original sock account name. I don't know. Can you guys go to the Real Tease YouTube and see if it was just created? Let me see. I don't know how. Let's see. Channel. There's a million Real Tease, so probably won't ever find it. Because I'm in, since I'm in StreamYard, I can't just like click on her name and see if it's, nut. It's something nut. Oh gosh. Yeah, there's a million the Real Tease, so I don't know. I'm never gonna be able to find it. It's okay. Okay, thank you. Because I'm curious, please. New video. Yeah. Okay, guys. I'll let you go. This has been way too long. Tiny nuts. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Don't let these nuts drive you crazy. It really doesn't, but this Janine girl is just, it's frustrating when you try to tell somebody that what they're saying is not correct. But at the same time, she's frustrated because she truly believes what she's saying, you know? So we have two people bumping heads because they both truly believe what they're saying. And I have people like this in her circle are like, oh, you've been sent all the proof and stuff. It's like, yeah, and I went through it with an open mind. And I'm telling you, that's not the same person I talked to. It's not. And they're just convinced. So they're looking up my name and seeing who I've commented on. And she sent me, supposed comments of mine, like that I made on other platforms where I supposedly was defending Candace. Okay, when Chris McDonough first made his interview Candace, it did change a heart for me for a very short time. She was in an abusive relationship, my Michelle. I guess that he hit her. And she posted a medical report that I'm trying to pull up. Trying to find, somebody's telling me that it's on here, but I can't see it. Where it shows like it shows her past medical history. This is okay, I just found it actually. And it doesn't say anything about cancer. You guys, it's on her Facebook. It is September 1st. If you go to where she has a bloody nose and you scroll through those pictures and go to the very last picture.
Zoom.
I don't know if I feel comfortable showing it on here, but I can tell you exactly where it's at. It's on her Facebook. Filter the messages to September 1st. Because otherwise, if you just scroll, I mean, she posts like 30 times a day. I'm not even joking. It will take forever. Go to the post on September 1st where she has bloody noses and bloody face, and she shows all the pictures. It's horrible. But where she lies to the ER and she tells him it was a fall, like many of us do. I was in an abusive relationship. I lied about when I had a broken rib and said, yeah. Go to the very last picture and she shows her document, like her from the hospital. And it lists her past medical history. There's nothing about cancer on there. It shows past medical history as Lyme disease and endometriosis. And this was just from September 1st, so I don't know why it wouldn't state cancer. Yeah. But that's fine that you said that because it's also on Facebook, or it's also on YouTube. And yeah, so Starbright, what you do is go down and there's a place where you can filter at the top of like the post. Like I think you can hit filter. And then you can change the date to September 1st of her post. Go to where her face is all bloody, the post on September 1st. Go to the last picture of that post, and you'll see her history. Where it talks about her injury of her face, and then it has her past medical history on that paper. And you'll see what I'm talking about. Nothing about cancer. I don't know why, but yeah, it's on Facebook. Yeah, it's horrible that she went through that. It's so sad. She has tons of evidence of abuse on there. It's obvious that she was being hurt. That's for sure. But two, she does have that scar on her neck, so I don't know though. It does have that big scar on her neck, so she had to have something going on. Like that looks like a thyroid area, like where somebody would have thyroid operation or something. The location of it. But there is also thyroid cancer. Here, I'll help you start. Josie told Candace about the scream and said how sorry she was. Yeah. Because I guess she says that she could hear her say, or why'd you let that happen? Or something like that. She heard her yelling that. Candace yelling, why did you, or look what you, or done or something. Speaking about the boys. Was it cancer surgery or was it thyroid cancer surgery? Anyways. I don't know. Either 15 Minutes of Fame or Candace is really her new BFF. I don't know. Or she's telling the complete truth, I guess. Her husband's name, she calls him, okay, so in these videos, she calls him Baltimore, I thought it sounded like. But then on her Facebook, she calls him Voldemort. 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 I don't know if that's his last name, but I swear I thought she sounded like she was calling him Baltimore. But maybe she was saying, because she spells it Voldemort, like with a V. So, anyways, I am going to get off here. One thing that the troll was right about. I have been on here a ridiculously long time. I never intend for that to happen, but it just does. We had a very good conversation today up until the last hour. Then it would be at the center of your neck. I had to have it all moved around. I had to have it all removed. Oh, all removed. Yeah. Like in the center front, I'm guessing. Yeah, and then she said she was kidnapped. That was crazy. So that's another that's another way for her to connect with Candace. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe that's another more proof that when she's talking in this post about her new bestie who is stalked more than anybody she knows, they might have related over missing, she was kidnapped when she was 9. Summer's kidnapping. They're both in abusive relationships. Oh, you're the best. Yeah, bye guys. I definitely gotta get off here. I've been saying that for like the past hour. And sorry for those that witnessed me get upset like the way I did. It was uncalled for, and I apologize. I mean, maybe it was called for, but not to that degree with the language I used. And if you can, join my membership and join, that way you could be in our little members only Discord group and we could talk like even longer. And have cool little emojis of Dawn and Candace, and we got even a cute summer one. And I'm going to change the pictures by the ones that are memberships because it's too tiny. You can't even see it. So it's going to be something else. So if you can, join my membership. And yeah, thank you guys so much for, some of you guys have been here like a long time, and I really appreciate it. You all are awesome. So I will see you guys soon.